welcome you on the World Water Day to the International Symposium on Water Sustainability, IWSS 2022. The symposium aims to explore challenges, technologies, and opportunities, as well as scientific and practical outcomes in designing, developing, and deploying interventions, tools, and techniques for community-empowered water sustainability initiatives. As is custom in India, we always commence activities, large or small, with a prayer to the Almighty, seeking grace so that our goals might be accomplished bereft of any obstacles. I now invite Mrs. Amrita Sindhu to lead us in a prayer.
ध्यायामो धवलावगुण्ठनवती तेजोमयीं नैष्टिकीं स्निग्धापाङ्कविलोकिनीं भगवतीं मन्दस्मितश्रीमुखीं वात्सल्यामृतवर्षिणीं सुमधुरम् संकीर्तनालापिनी श्यामाङ्गीं मधुसिक्तसूक्तिम् अमृतानन्दात्मिका ईश्वरी.
Thank you, Amrita Sindhu. I would now like to introduce Dr. Manisha Vidodini Ramesh. Dr. Manisha holds multiple positions here at the university. She's the Provost, Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation, Interdisciplinary International Artificial Intelligence plus Water. She's the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development and the Dean School for Sustainable Development. In a subject-wise analysis carried out by Stanford University in the USA, Dr. Manisha Vidodini Ramesh has been cited among the top 2% of scientists in the world, based on the publication list available on Scopus. She has more than 160 publications and 15 patents to her credit. Dr. Manisha heads the Live in Labs programs, which provides an opportunity for students and faculty to work extensively in more than 100 Indian villages, focusing on building sustainable solutions using experiential learning approach. Her research work was instrumental in deploying the first ever wireless sensor system capable of issuing real-time landslide warnings. She leads the largest university-level project, Jeevamritam, a clean drinking water solution for 5,000 communities, and thus building water-wise communities. It is my utmost pleasure to invite Dr. Manisha to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Hari. I hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om. Om Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha. Welcome, one and all. My pranams to Sri Prahlad Singh Patel, Honorable Minister of State for Jal Shakti, Dr. Soundararajan, all the esteemed speakers, guests, and participants. On the occasion of UN World Water Day, it's indeed a great pleasure to join the esteemed globally renowned experts in the area of water sustainability. With the rapidly transforming global paradigm adversely impacting various aspects of our ecological balance, unveiling ways to achieve water sustainability becomes important now more than ever. On this note, I am honored to welcome one and all to the Symposium, International Symposium on Water Sustainability, Challenges, Technologies and Opportunities, IWSS 2022. The symposium aims to explore challenges and opportunities, as well as scientific and practical outcomes in designing, developing, and deploying interventions, tools, and techniques for community-empowered water sustainability initiatives. According to UN Water, 2.3 billion people live in water-stressed countries, of which 733 million live in high and critically water-stressed countries. Today, 1.42 billion people, including 450 million children, live in areas of high or extremely high water vulnerability. Water use has been growing globally at more than twice the rate of population increase in the last century, and an increasing number of regions are reaching the limit at which water services can be sustainably delivered, especially in arid regions. According to independent assessments, the world will face a global water deficit of 40% by 2030. These figures throw light on the fact that the precious resource, often referred to as blue gold, will become inaccessible to future generations if the crisis on hand is not resolved with utmost care. The scenario centered around water access and availability also revolves around the lack of awareness among the community at large towards water usage and conservation. Our Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritandamayi Devi, Amma, says, today our air, food, water, all are polluted. If we do not stop exploiting nature for our temporary selfish gains, we will destroy the world. Nature is extremely agitated. If we do not mend our ways, we have to pay a heavy price. One should have awareness and responsibility, and conservation of our natural resources should be one of our foremost duties. Today, both earth and water are in the second stage of cancer. It is important that we create awareness among the larger community to conserve water. We need to proceed carefully with the awareness that each of us had a responsibility to protect Mother Nature. Guided by her vision to combat the scenario-centered water access and availability, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development and Amrita School for Sustainable Development is jointly organizing this international symposium to reshape our conversations towards ensuring water sustainability through various interventions, technologies, policies, and procedures. This can only be achieved by including a multitude of stakeholders, including experts from industry, government, academia, and community. The symposium, spanning across 3 days, will showcase renowned speakers presenting addresses and deliberations in the area related to water sustainability. The various sessions aim to unveil various technological and governance strategies, approaches, and interventions in this regard. The symposium revolves around 6 key themes: water challenges in urbanizing world, scalable smart water solutions, which will include AI, IoT, remote sensing, citizen science, etc., affordable water treatment technologies, water sustainability with respect to climate change, adaptation and mitigation, and water policy and governance, capacity building, community adaptations and case study, and groundwater challenges and opportunities for sustainable management. Water sustainability is a key priority globally, and resolving the challenges in the area of water and sanitation will create a ripple effect across various SDGs, along with playing a vital role in creating a sustainable future for all. This can only be achieved by including a multitude of stakeholders, including experts from industry, government, academia, and community. With the relentless effort to direct our efforts towards achieving water sustainability, along with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, Amrita has pioneered several initiatives. As a testament of these initiatives, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham has been accredited with an A++, the highest grade by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Amrita is nationally ranked by the 4th best university among all public and private universities in India in 2020 NIRF rankings. The impact rankings, the only global indicator to assess universities' progress towards UN SDGs, has ranked Amrita the first in India and 81st in the world. Amrita is also ranked 37th for good health and well-being, 52 for clean water and sanitation, among other SDGs. In QS World University Rankings, Amrita is ranked #1 in India International Faculty. The university is home to 2 UNESCO chairs in gender equality and women empowerment, and in experiential learning for sustainable innovation and development. This is a testament of the university's commitment to remain an institution of eminence that creates a global impact on society through compassion-driven research and education for life. Amrita faculty has published 12,000 plus papers in reputed peer-reviewed journals, attracting over 44,000 citations with filed more than 120 patents and published 300 plus books, and research grants of over 40 million from various funding agencies, including World Bank, UNESCO, UNDP, Gates Foundation, Erasmus, and Department of Science and Technology, etc. Amrita synergizes various disciplines for maximum impact in the applied research and is also an international pioneer in developing humanitarian technological innovations for the benefit of society. Amrita has over 200 international collaboration, 75 plus international adjunct faculty, 35 plus academic mobility programs. Our Chancellor, Amma, has placed paramount importance on conserving water resources, as any failure to combat the current crisis may see fresh water becoming an inaccessible commodity for the upcoming generations. Drawing inspiration and guidance from Amma's vision of making clean drinking water accessible to one and all, the Mata Amritandamayi Mutt has been spearheading a number of initiatives in this regard. To name a few, Amma's organization has launched Jivamrutam, a $15.2 million clean drinking water provisioning project for 5,000 villages in India. The solution was conceptualized and designed by faculty and students of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, which has already reached more than 1 lakh villagers in Kerala receiving clean drinking water. Along with that, Amma has initiated several programs to provide water access by implementing water distribution systems, rainwater harvesting, community level purified drinking water systems, etc. Several water sustainability initiatives like water resource optimization for agriculture and daily use in Amma's institution have been devised and implemented for several years. More than 2 lakh community members have been trained to become water-wise community members. On this note, let me take the opportunity to welcome the chief guest of honor to the symposium. We have with us Sri Prahlad Singh Patel, Honorable Minister of State for Jal Shakti, to the symposium. He is currently serving as the Union Minister of State, Minister of Jal Shakti, and the Union Minister of State, Ministry of Food Processing Industries under the Government of India. Prior to this, he has served as the Union Minister of State, Ministry of Culture, and Ministry of Tourism. He is also a Member of Parliament from Damok Lok Sabha constituency in Madhya Pradesh. His vision and contribution towards the national development agenda is highly noteworthy. He has pioneered various initiatives aimed to review various areas that include water, agriculture, rural development, environment, and forest, among others. In his capacity as the Honorable Minister of State for Jal Shakti, he is at the forefront of several projects in the area of water, including National Mission for Clean Ganga, National Hydrology Project, National Water Mission. It is our absolute delight to welcome Sri Prahlad Singh Patel to the symposium. Welcome you, sir. On behalf of Amrita University and our Chancellor, Amma, we are welcoming you to this symposium, sir. Dr. B. Soundararajan is an Associate Professor, Water Resource Management at the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Coimbatore. An expert in the area of water sustainability, his key interests are in the area of management of water resources systems to develop reservoir management and planning tools. He has worked in several UK-India research initiatives. Prior to this, he was also a scientist at the International Water Management Institute. I would like to welcome Dr. B. Soundararajan to this symposium on behalf of Amrita University and our Chancellor, Amma. I would also like to welcome everyone who has gathered here for the symposium. With the pandemic aggravating the need to take urgent steps by adopting path-breaking technologies to combat the crisis that we face, I would like to quote Amma's words here as a wake-up call for all of us to strive for a better tomorrow. Amma says, nature is our first mother. She nurtures us throughout our lives. Our birth mother may allow us to sit on her lap for a couple of years, but Mother Nature patiently bears our weight our entire life. Just as a child is obliged to his birth mother, we should all feel an obligation and responsibility towards Mother Nature. If we forget this responsibility, it is equal to forgetting our own self. The symposium, spanning across 3 days, will showcase more than 25 speakers from across the world with expertise in multiple areas related to water sustainability, environment, and sustainable development. The key institutions participating are King's College London, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory USA, European Regional Center for Eco-Hydrology PAS, Delft University of Technology Netherlands, Department of Science and Technology, ISRI India, etc. In addition to keynote addresses by leading experts, the symposium also provides a platform for panel discussion to ideate and brainstorm on areas related to water sustainability, which will help us in transforming it towards a community-centric approach. As of today, we have more than 500 participants registered for the symposium. I deeply hope that symposiums help us garner great insights and make us delve deeper to build a future that is strengthened by sustainability as a way of life for all. I deeply hope that the symposium help us garner great insights and make us delve deeper to solve the crisis centered around water access and availability. By strengthening our collaborative efforts in this regard, let each one of us strive to be pioneers to bring in transformation and embrace sustainability as a way of life. Let us pray that God's grace will shower on all of us to bring in the awareness in each of us to serve the world and spread love and light for world peace. Om Lokaha Samastaha Sugino Bhavandu. Lokaha Samastaha Sugino Bhavandu. Lokaha Samastaha Sugino Bhavandu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Amriteshwarei Namaha. Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha, for the welcome address and the detailed and inspiring introduction to the symposium. Hello, everybody. I welcome you again here. My name is Debashish Brahma, Technology and Management graduate, currently researching at Amrita on how drones could be useful for disaster management, especially for the most vulnerable sections of the society. And here, I have the privilege to introduce our Chief Guest of Honor, the Honorable Minister of State, Shri Prahlad Singh Patel ji. Shri Prahlad Singh Patel ji is currently serving as the Union Minister of State, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and the Union Minister of State, Ministry of Food Processing Industries under the Government of India. Prior to this, he has served as the Union Minister of State in the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Tourism. He is a member of the Parliament from the Damoh Lok Sabha constituency in Madhya Pradesh. Shri Patel ji has been a part of various ministries and parliamentary committees and contributed in that capacity immensely towards agriculture, rural development, labor and employment, science and technology, environment and forest, food and civil supplies, among many other areas of national development. Shri Prahlad ji has been inspirational through his social and cultural activities. He is the founder of Narmada Khand Seva Sansthan Masanda at Tehsil Bahuriban in Katni district, where he has conducted numerous blood donation and eye donation camps and also various classes for the education of underprivileged children, apart from other personality development courses. He is a member of the Vegetarian Council Committee, which provides a value-based vegetarian lifestyle. Shri Prahlad ji is fully devoted to the preservation of Indian culture, the development of rural areas, farmers, and sports. Shri Prahlad Singh Patel ji is a sports enthusiast and excels in kabaddi, volleyball, and athletics. He is a member of the Sahyog Krida Mandal at Gotegaon. I now request the Honorable Minister, Shri Prahlad ji, can you please switch on your video and deliver the talk. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome again.
बहुत धन्यवाद देवाशीष जी आपको। सबसे पहले तो मैं श्रद्धेय माता अमृतानंदमयी जी देवी को चरणों में नमन करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ कि उनने इस अवसर पर मुझे अपनी बात रखने का मौका दिया है। और आज बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है, विश्व जल दिवस है। और ऐसे अवसर पर जहाँ पर मुझे अच्छे से पता है, मैं पूज्य माता जी से दिल्ली में एक बार मिला भी हूँ, उनका मुझे स्नेह और आशीर्वाद मिला है और उनके कार्यों से हम सब लोग प्रेरणा भी लेते हैं। ऐसे माँ अमृतानंदमयी को मैं फिर से प्रणाम करता हूँ। डॉक्टर मनीषा रमेश जी, सुश्री हरि चंदना जी, देवाशीष जी को मैंने एड्रेस किया है, श्री ओम प्रकाश जी और भी बहुत सारे गणमान्य वहां पर उपस्थित होंगे। मैं उन सब का इस अवसर पर हृदय से स्वागत भी करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ। और बहनों एवं भाइयों, सबसे पहले तो विश्व जल दिवस की आप सभी को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। और साथ में एक निवेदन भी है जल शक्ति राज्य मंत्री होने के नाते कि कार्यक्रम के 1 वर्ष बाद जब हम फिर से इस दिन को मिले तो हम कुछ परिणामों के साथ मिले और उसका संकल्प आज हम ले, क्योंकि बूंद बूंद से घट बढ़ता है। ये हमारी प्राचीन संस्कृति है और हमारी सांस्कृतिक भाषा को विज्ञान में जो भाषा दी गई है वो धर्म की भाषा है। इसलिए नदियों को हमने हमेशा से सिर्फ जल का स्रोत नहीं माना। हमारे हर कर्मकांड के पीछे जल और नदियां और तालाब सरोवर ये कहीं ना कहीं जुड़े होते हैं। और इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि आज का दिन उस चर्चा और संवाद का दिन है जहां पर हमें कृतित्व के नाते माँ का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त है, उनके कार्यशैली से हम प्रेरणा लेते हैं। वहीं दूसरी तरफ निश्चित रूप से उनके अनुयायी होने के नाते उनके कामों को देखकर हम आज जरूर संकल्प लें। मेरे आराध्य परम पूज्य श्री वासी जी की एक वाणी को मैं कोट कर रहा हूं। उन्होंने मुझसे कहा था कि संकल्प में विकल्प नहीं होता और संकल्प स्वयं का होता है। और संकल्प साथ में फिर चेतावनी भी दी, यदि संकल्प में विकल्प खोजा गया तो महानतम कार्य रुक जाएंगे। मुझे लगता है कि आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो बात कही है कि देश आज आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। देश की आजादी के 75 वर्ष 15 अगस्त 2022 को हो जाएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, आने वाला 100 वर्ष जब होंगे आजादी के तब देश कैसे होगा। जब ये बात प्रधानमंत्री के मुंह से देश और दुनिया के लोग सुनते हैं तो मुझे तो कम से कम इस पर गर्व होता है। और गर्व इसलिए होता है कि जब मैं पहली बार लोकसभा का सांसद 1989 में बनकर संसद में आया था, उस समय श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी राज्यसभा के सांसद थे और मैंने राज्यसभा में उनका एक भाषण सुना था। वो भाषण का संदर्भ अलग था। संदर्भ था तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री चंद्रशेखर जी को कोई टिप्पणी की गई थी, उसके जवाब में प्रधानमंत्री उस समय के नेता श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी अपनी बात रख रहे थे। लेकिन बाद में अचानक संदर्भ बदला और उसी भाषण का जो दूसरा हिस्सा है वो दूसरे हिस्से में उन्होंने कहा था, ये बात 90-91 की बात है, और उन्होंने कहा था कि तीसरा विश्व युद्ध पानी के पीने के पानी के लिए होगा। और उस समय उन्होंने जो कारण गिनाए थे वो कारण था कि भारत ऐसा देश है जहां पर भूमिगत जल सर्वाधिक मात्रा में, वो शुद्ध है, वो पेयजल के लायक है, उसकी मात्रा ज्यादा है। और इसलिए जब दुनिया में कभी जैविक हथियारों का उपयोग होगा, कभी परमाणु शस्त्रों का प्रयोग होगा, तो जो खुले जल स्रोत है वो तो बर्बाद हो जाएंगे। पीने के लिए सिर्फ जमीन के भीतर का शुद्ध जल ही बचेगा और वो भारत की जमीन के नीचे है। 90 और 91 में ये बात श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने कही थी। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि हमने अपने महापुरुषों का, हम अपने मनीषियों का, अपने नेताओं का, शायद हमने उनकी चेतावनियों को नजरअंदाज किया, उनको गंभीरता से नहीं लिया। लेकिन उसके बाद में अब आज का युग है जब श्रद्धेय मोदी जी आज देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, वो बिहेवियर चेंज की बातें भी उनके मुंह से जब शुरू होती है तो देश स्वीकार कर रहा है कि नेतृत्व के प्रति आस्था है, उसके प्रति मजबूती है। लेकिन आज भी परिस्थितियां में जो बदलाव आया है वो मुझे लगता है इस समय पर कहना जरूरी है कि 30-32 वर्ष की यात्रा में आज जब मैं आंकड़े देखता हूं तो भारत उन देशों में से है जिसने दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा भूगर्भ से जल का दोहन किया है। अब आप बताइए, मैं 89 में आया था सांसद बनकर, आज 2022 से बहुत बड़ी लंबा समय नहीं है, 30 से 32-33 वर्ष का समय है। इन 32-33 वर्षों में आज हम किस हाल पर पहुंचे। आने वाले 25 साल बाद जब देश की आजादी के 100 वर्ष होंगे तब भूजल की स्थिति क्या होगी। मैं उन तमाम नौजवान मित्रों से अगर कोई मेरी बात सुन रहा है तो उनसे कहूंगा कि मित्रों, मेरे एक स्वर्गीय मित्र थे, उनने मुझसे कहा था, पत्र में उनका एक पत्र था, उसमें वाक्य लिखा था, हमें भविष्य के बारे में विचार करना चाहिए क्योंकि हमको सारी जिंदगी भविष्य में गुजारनी है। मैं आपसे 3 सवाल करता हूं जो नई नौजवान पीढ़ी जिसको आगे आकर अपने कंधे पर अपनी जिम्मेदारियां लेनी है। ये देश की आबादी आज 125 करोड़ से ज्यादा है। 25 साल बाद ये आबादी कितनी होगी इसका विचार आपको ही करना होगा, क्योंकि आबादी को जल चाहिए, आबादी को वो जरूरतें पूरी करनी होंगी जो जीवन के लिए जरूरी है। मैं बाकी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं सिर्फ हवा और जल की बात कर रहा हूं, जमीन की बात कर रहा हूं। हम वो देश हैं जो साम्राज्यवादी मानसिकता को नहीं मानते। हमारी संस्कृति वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के भाव से चलती है। हम किसी को कब्जा करके अपनी जनसंख्या को फैलाने पर विश्वास नहीं करते। हमारे अपने जल संसाधन क्या 25 साल बाद बढ़ती आबादी को उनकी जरूरतों को पूरा कर पाने में समर्थ होंगे? और मुझे लगता है कि ये चेतावनी जो मैंने आपको पहले दी है कि 30 साल के भीतर, 30 साल पहले हम कहाँ थे और 30 साल बाद हम कहाँ पर हैं, उन दोनों के बीच में समन्वय बैठाना। आज हम सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से अपने पेट्रोल और डीजल के भंडारों को सुरक्षित रखते हैं कि आपदा आएगी, युद्ध होगा तो हम इसमें रिजर्व स्टॉक हमारे पास है। हमने पानी के रिजर्व स्टॉक को बेतहाशा उसका दोहन किया। और मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में अगर इस भंडार को फिर से नहीं भरा गया तो हमारे सामने बड़ी ज्वलंत समस्या होगी। जल एक ज्वलंत समस्या बनकर खड़ा होगा। और मुझे लगता है इसलिए आज वर्तमान में जागना जरूरी है। आज वो सामयिक समय है जब शपथ लेना जरूरी है। आज वो सही समय है जब संकल्प लें कि हम जितना भी पानी का उपयोग करेंगे उससे ज्यादा जमीन में शुद्ध पानी डालेंगे। क्या हम ले सकते हैं? मैं आज जल शक्ति मंत्री हूँ, राज्य मंत्री हूँ, और कल का दिन और आज के दिन में समानता देखिए कि 15 अगस्त 2019 को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जल जीवन मिशन शुरू किया था, हर घर जल का नारा दिया था। 15 अगस्त 2019 से लेकर कल शाम तक 6 करोड़ लोगों को पाइपलाइन के द्वारा पानी सीधे पहुंच गया और देश में कुल 9 करोड़ 28 लाख लोगों को परिवारों तक पानी पहुंचा, यानी 3 करोड़ 28 लाख 15 अगस्त 2019 के पहले का आंकड़ा था, लेकिन 15 अगस्त 2019 से लेकर कल तक 6 करोड़ से ज्यादा परिवारों को पानी पहुंच गया। ये जल जीवन मिशन की सफलता है। पानी पहुंच गया, पानी की जरूरत है। जहां से मैं सांसद हूँ वहां 4 दिन में पानी आता था उस शहर में। आज 70% पाइपलाइन के द्वारा पानी परिवारों में पहुंचता है और अप्रैल का महीना खत्म होने तक मेरे जिले में ये आंकड़ा 65% हो जाएगा, जो नेशनल एवरेज से ज्यादा होगा। ये सफलता है। लेकिन साथ में प्रधानमंत्री जी भी कहते हैं, हमारी सांस्कृतिक विरासत भी कहती है कि हमें मितव्ययता से काम लेना होगा। अगर 55 लीटर मेरे हिस्से में सरकार मुझे पानी देती है तो क्या मैं अपना काम 15 और 17 लीटर में पूरा कर सकता हूँ? क्योंकि जो पीने लायक पानी को मैं ग्रे वाटर बनाकर फेंक रहा हूँ वो तो हम निश्चित रूप से इस देश का बड़ा सामूहिक नुकसान कर रहे हैं। क्या रिसाइकिल कर सकते हैं, शुद्ध पानी को जमीन के भीतर डाल सकते हैं। जल जीवन मिशन के बाद जल शक्ति अभियान की शुरुआत की है 2021 में, अभी नवंबर में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने। कैश द रेन, अटल भूजल योजना चल रही है। हमारे जितने भी पुराने पानी के स्रोतों को फिर से पुनर्जीवित करने की कोशिशें वो चल रही हैं। लेकिन उस सबके बावजूद भी क्या हम वर्षा जल को, शुद्ध जल को जमीन के भीतर डालकर उस वैक्यूम को भर सकते हैं जिसको हमने बेतहाशा खर्च कर लिया? और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री आने वाले अगर 25 साल बाद की बात कर रहे हैं, ये ऐसे काम है जो 5 वर्षों में 7 वर्षों में नहीं हो सकते। इसके लिए हमें निरंतर अच्छी सकारात्मक ऊर्जा वाले लोग चाहिए, सकारात्मक सोचने वाले लोग चाहिए, आम आदमी का सहयोग चाहिए। सरकार सिर्फ नहीं, समाज की सामर्थ्य को भी इसमें जुटना होगा, तब कहीं जाकर इन चुनौतियों का हम सामना कर पाएंगे। दूषित जल की समस्या अलग समस्या है, उसमें आर्सेनिक है, फ्लोराइड है, लोहे है, आपका समुद्री जल के कारण समस्याएं है। ये कठिनाइयां अलग हैं अभी, जिनके लिए हमें अलग से प्रबंध करने होंगे। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं इनका समाधान अभी तक तो वर्तमान में यही है कि अगर आर्सेनिक प्रभावित कोई क्षेत्र है तो पीने और भोजन के लिए शुद्ध जल हमें किसी स्रोत से लेकर देना होगा। और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि इतनी प्रकार की चुनौतियों के साथ होने के बावजूद भी देश आप ऊर्जा के साथ ऐसे ही पुण्यात्माओं के आशीर्वाद और सहयोग से आज अपनी ऊंचाइयां छू रहा है, दुनिया में अपना मुकाम बना रहा है। और मैं मानता हूं आज भी वही सांस्कृतिक विरासत जो हमें मितव्ययता की सलाह देती है, जो इस बात का ज्ञान देती रही है कि ये नदी या जल स्रोत मात्र नहीं है, ये हमारा जीवन का आधार है, हमने शायद उसको नजरअंदाज किया या समझने में गलती की। मैं एक कहानी के साथ अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूँ, वो शायद एक प्रेरणा के साथ में होगी। हम सब जानते हैं कि महाभारत में यक्ष और युधिष्ठिर का संवाद आता है। कहते हैं कि पांडव अपनी माताजी के साथ में यात्रा कर रहे थे, गर्मी के कारण माँ को प्यास लगी, पानी था नहीं, तो माँ को एक जगह झाड़ के नीचे बिठाया और युधिष्ठिर ने तय किया कि सबसे छोटे भाई सहदेव हैं, वो जाकर पानी लेकर आएंगे। वो पानी लेने गए लेकिन लौट कर नहीं आए। ऐसे नकुल के साथ हुआ, अर्जुन के साथ हुआ, भीम के साथ हुआ, और आखिर में जाकर फिर युधिष्ठिर गए। जब वहां वो पहुंचे और पानी निकालने लगे, उन्होंने अपने चारों भाइयों का चेत देखा। एक आवाज आई, पहले मेरे प्रश्न को उत्तर दो, तब जल छू सकोगे, अन्यथा तुम भी पाषाण हो जाओगे। यक्ष प्रश्न करता है, युधिष्ठिर उत्तर दे देते हैं। वो उत्तर सही थे। खुश होके यक्ष कहता है, जल भी ले जा सकते हो और साथ में अपने एक भाई को जीवित भी ले जा सकते हो। युधिष्ठिर ने फिर एक उत्तम जवाब दिया कि मैं कुंती का पुत्र तो जीवित हूं, लेकिन मेरी दूसरी माँ माद्री है, उनका दोनों पुत्र पाषाण के हो गए, आप उनमें से किसी एक को जीवन दीजिए। इस प्रश्न से यक्ष प्रसन्न होकर चारों भाइयों को जीवन देता है। जल भी वो लेकर जाते हैं, लेकिन कहानी यहाँ खत्म नहीं होती, कहानी यहाँ से शुरू होती है। मित्रों, जल स्रोतों की मर्यादा तब भी थी। जब से हमने जल स्रोतों की मर्यादा का उल्लंघन किया है, हमने संकट अपने सामने बुलाए हैं और बढ़ाए हैं। क्या हम उन मर्यादाओं का पालन करने का संकल्प लेंगे? ये यक्ष प्रश्न इसी बात के लिए है। हमारी जल स्रोत की मर्यादा, वो समुद्र हो, वो नदी हो, वो सरोवर हो, वो कुआं हो। अगर कुएं में एक बूंद पानी नहीं बचता, हमारा वाटर लेवल नीचे गया, जिम्मेदार कोई और नहीं, हम जंगल कट रहे हैं ये कहकर मुक्त नहीं हो सकते। उस जल स्रोत को पुनर्जीवित करने का अधिकार और सामर्थ्य दोनों हमारे पास है, बशर्ते हम लालच से दूर परोपकार के भाव से आने वाली पीढ़ी की चिंता करें। तो मुझे लगता है आज का दिन सार्थक होगा। मैं ऐसे पुण्य अवसर पर फिर से माँ आनंदमयी जी के चरणों में प्रणाम करते हुए और उनका आभार व्यक्त करते हुए और आप सबके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करते हुए अपनी बात को यहाँ पर रोकता हूँ। सभी को नमस्कार। मैं नर्मदा का परिक्रमावासी होने के नाते माँ के चरणों में भी कहूंगा, नर्मदे हर। वंदे मातरम।
वंदे मातरम सर, आपका वक्तव्य अत्यंत आनंद और प्रेरणा का स्रोत है। थैंक यू सर for the words of wisdom based on the anecdotes of experience and from our ancient scriptures. They have given us renewed vigor to focus on water-related issues in communities. We'll now show a brief 10-minute video presentation on Amrita University's Sustainable Development Initiatives helmed by our beloved Chancellor, Srimata Amritamanandamayi Devi. Let us see the video.
For over 4 decades, our Chancellor, Srimata Amritanandamayi Devi, Amma, has travelled to all 6 continents, addressing and bringing solace to over 50 million people. Her embrace, that began as a sheer expression of compassion, has over the years shaped out to be the largest global drive to create a sustainable future for all. Love and compassion towards all beings are the very foundation of our existence. Amma is the living embodiment of these very values. Amma says, we are not isolated islands, but are connected to each other like links on a chain, with an unparalleled vision to revive, nurture, and protect nature. Amma has for more than 40 years continuously strived and pioneered various initiatives to restore harmony and embrace sustainability as a way of life. Amma's initiatives are aligned towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. As a member organization of the United Nations Billion Tree Campaign, through Amma's initiative called Green Friends, over 1 million trees have been planted across the 6 continents since 2001. Amma has promoted the cultivation and consumption of organically grown vegetables in 101 communities adopted under the Amrita Serve program. Along with this, organic gardens and farming initiatives such as Haritamritam and Growin have been established. To make clean drinking water accessible to one and all, Amma's organization has launched Jeevamritam, a $15.2 million clean drinking water provisioning project for 5,000 villages in India. Along with this, Amma has initiated several programs to provide water access by implementing a number of solutions. Through Amma's Amala Bharatam campaign that started in 2010, more than 7,500 cleanliness drives have been organized by mobilizing 10,000 plus volunteers, clocking over 500,000 hours in 23 states across India. One of the largest drives has been the cleanup of the holy Pampa river at Shabarimala, which hosts one of the massive religious gatherings in the world annually. The cleanups have been mammoth efforts of 72 hours of hard work of 5,000 plus volunteers from over 12 countries, participating each year, clearing over 2 tons of waste each day. Other key initiatives include awareness drives and distribution of handkerchiefs to school children to promote personal hygiene, design and distribution of banana fiber-based sanitary pads, and a citizen-centric approach to clean the roads across Kerala, with the distribution of 1,000 bicycles and waste bins deployed at 2-kilometer intervals. Amma's organization has donated 1 billion Indian rupees to the Government of India for rejuvenating the river Ganges as a part of the Clean Ganges project. The team has built more than 12,000 toilets with democratic participation. In 2018, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and UN Secretary Antonio Guterres presented Amma with a special award for making the largest contribution to Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Amma's organization has been at the forefront in case of natural disasters, providing rapid response and long-term rehabilitation across the globe. This includes serving the victims with real-time medical assistance using the telemedicine unit with a team of volunteers, doctors, and medical equipment as a need of the hour. In the face of tragedies like the earthquakes in Gujarat, Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Philippines, Japan, Haiti, floods in Mumbai, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, hurricanes in the United States, and the Indian Ocean tsunami, Amma's ashram has provided food, medicine, and temporary shelter, as well as new homes, counseling, and jobs. Using the Amrita Kripa mobile app and a 24-hour call center, 400 plus students worked day and night without sleep and provided relief to more than 100,000 victims during the Kerala floods in 2018 and 2019. Since 2004, Amma has spent more than $75 million in disaster relief. Amma's empathy and concern for disaster survivors is so complete that she responds to every aspect of their emotional and social well-being by keeping an eye on their future. Born out of Amma's vision to empower communities for resilience to climate change and disaster relief, the Amrita Shri program was launched in 2006, with the goal of aiding 500,000 women through the development of self-help groups. With more than 300,000 women currently participating, it provides vocational education, startup capital, marketing assistance, and access to microcredit loans and micro-savings accounts. To provide assistance to people who have been impacted by the pandemic, Amma has rolled out a COVID-19 aid package totaling 850 million Indian rupees. As a part of the second installment, Amma is currently providing financial assistance, grocery kits, and clothes worth 350 million Indian rupees to the self-help group members and to recent flood victims. With a commitment to provide affordable quality care, since opening the doors of Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center in 1998, Amma's organization has provided more than 6.2 billion Indian rupees worth of charitable medical care, with more than 4.7 million patients receiving free treatment. 100+ free health camps are held every year. Since 1998, Amma's organization has constructed more than 47,000 houses for the homeless in more than 75 locations across India through Amrita Kutiram, free houses for the poor program. Under the Amrita Nidhi pension scheme, Amma has been providing lifetime pensions for 100,000 beneficiaries, including widows, people with disabilities, and women in poverty. With a resolve to help uplift the well-being of prisoners, Amma has launched a program in collaboration with state and local governments. Instructors have provided training to over 25,000 inmates on Amrita Yoga and I Am, the integrated Amrita meditation technique, in jails across Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Education for a life grounded in intellectual and social responsibility through compassion-driven research forms the founding principle of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Unique initiatives in this area include digital literacy, awareness programs using social robots, provides value-based education for impoverished children, skill development with the help of haptic devices, and tribal empowerment. Amma's initiative, called Live in Labs, focuses on experiential learning to provide sustainable solutions to rural India, to bring light and hope to the lives of children who have been impacted by farmers' suicide. Amma has provided various scholarships for education in the state of Kerala, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. With the Vidyamritam scholarship scheme, currently 51,000 children from impoverished backgrounds receive a monthly stipend to continue their education. Ayudh, the youth movement founded by Amma, is dedicated to empowering young people to contribute to a peaceful and sustainable world. Currently active in over 50 countries, with 5,000 registered volunteers, Ayudh has initiated several programs to build sustainable practices across communities. The Europe chapter of Ayudh closely works with the UN on several projects and has been recognized by the European Parliament on its 10th anniversary celebrations for its outstanding contributions. The beauty of Amma's initiatives lies in its simple and holistic nature that makes it worthy of emulation. As Amma says, we are all beads strung together on the same thread of love. Let each of us play our part in making sustainability a ubiquitous reality for the future generations to come. For over 4 decades, our Chancellor, Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, Amma, has travelled to all 6 continents, addressing and bringing solace to over 50 million people. Her embrace, that began as a sheer expression of compassion, has over the years shaped out to be the largest global drive to create a sustainable future for all. Love and compassion towards all beings are the very foundation of our existence. Amma is the living embodiment of these very values. Amma says, we are not isolated islands.
What a lovely video. Now I'd like to introduce Dr. B. Soundarajan to the gathering. Dr. Soundarajan is the Associate Professor of Water Resource Management at the Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Coimbatore campus. And his expertise is in the analysis, planning, and management of water resource systems to develop reservoir management and planning tools. He received his PhD in water resource engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, 2011. Then he moved to the UK to take up a postdoctoral position in Reservoir University, Edinburgh, to work on a UK-India collaborative research project. Dr. Soundarajan has also worked as a scientist in the International Water Management Institute and as adjunct faculty at Washington State University, USA. His research focus also includes understanding the climate change impacts of water resource availability in the development of mitigation measures through operating policies for water supply reservoirs and developing optimal irrigation scheduling using crop simulation models. Dr. Soundarajan, I request you to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Harchandra. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapitham's UNESCO Chair on Experimental Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development and Amrita School for Sustainable Development, and on behalf of the organizers of the symposium, I thank our Honorable Minister of State for Food Processing and Jal Shakti, Sri Prahlad Singh Patel, for inaugurating the symposium. I thank you, sir, for your presence and providing your valuable inputs for sustainable water management. I thank our Chancellor Amma for providing valuable guidance, inspiration, and blessings for all our initiatives. Next, I thank Dr. Manisha Ramesh, UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development and Dean of the School of Sustainable Development for their contributions to organizing the event, constant support and guidance. Next, I thank the advisory committee members, Dr. Bhavani Rao, UNESCO Chair on Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, and Dr. Murali Rangarajan, Professor Chemical Engineering, for their support and guidance. So no event can be possible without the support from our research scholars and other academic and support staff. I thank all the organizing team members from various schools, namely School of Sustainable Development, Amrita Center for International Program, Amrita's wireless network applications, etc., for their time and effort in organizing the event. And I also thank all the distinguished keynote speakers from various institutions around the world, session chairs and attendees for your time and interest. We look forward to your support and contribution to make this event a successful one. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Soundarajan. It's always fortuity and benediction to hear from you. Now we have a 5-minute break. We'll meet after 5 minutes to commence the first session for today. See you back again.
Namah Shivaya. Debashish, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. You're audible, and I
Okay.
can also see you well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
देवाशीष जी नमस्कार करूं?
जी सर.
Okay.
जी नमस्कार.
Thank you.
Welcome back after the break. I would now like to introduce Dr. P.K. Vishwanathan, sir, as the chair for the current session today. Dr. Vishwanathan serves as a professor in economics and sustainability at the Amrita School of Business at Amritapuri. He teaches courses on public policy, international business, business ethics, sustainability, and rural livelihoods. His current research interests relate to economics and management of natural resources, agrarian transformation, and rural livelihoods. aspects of technology, institutions, policies and governance, climate change and socio-economic, environmental, biodiversity and ecosystems impact, sustainable developmental goals, corporate, social and environmental responsibility, public policy and analysis, plantation agriculture and commodity trade, trade reforms, and welfare impacts. So without any further ado, may I please invite Dr. Vishwanathan to take over the chair for the current session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Devashish. Shivaya. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. In the session, starting from now, 5 to 6, we have 2 speakers. Before much delay, let me introduce the first speaker of the hour. I'm very much honored to invite and introduce Professor Maciej Zalewski. Professor Zalewski was the founder chairman of UNESCO Chair of Ecohydrology and Applied Ecology at the University of Lodz between 1991-2020 and the founding director of the European Regional Center for Ecohydrology of the Polish Academy of Science since 2000. Professor Zalewski is the author of a novel concept of ecohydrology, which is the basis for methodology of nature-based solutions that is recently being developed by the United Nations. Professor Zalewski has been the leading expert in the UNESCO in ecohydrology since 1989, coordinating research projects and formulating strategic documents both for the UN and the European Commission. And today, Professor Zalewski is going to talk about ecohydrology for enhancement of catchment sustainability pot, WSR plus CE, which represents water, biodiversity, ecosystem services, resilience, culture, and education. For keeping with the time, each speaker may take 20 minutes for presentation, followed by question and answer for 5 minutes each. I request the participants to kindly type in your questions in the Q&A box. Now, Professor Zalewski, the platform is yours. Thank you very much. I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very honored to be invited to give a talk on this very important topic. And I would like to start my presentation from the fundamental question: why ecohydrology become the key priority of UNESCO Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, and recently the important element of European Commission strategy as a important catalyzing element achieving Green Deal strategy. And first definition that ecohydrology, why is transdisciplinary science? It's integration of understanding hydrological and ecological processes from molecular to catchment scales toward using those processes as management tool and for enhancement catchment sustainability potential, WBSRC. What means this acronym, I will highlight in further steps of my speech. However, this acronym is important because the words, expression which we use are very important in shaping our way of thinking. And way of thinking is determining our way of acting and problem solving. And that's why this acronym is something antinomy of classic hydrological handbooks, when usually water was the resources which has to be provided for city, from industry, from agriculture, for ecosystem. And in reality, as I will show, the ecosystem are retaining system, purification system, recirculation system, and that's why it has to be very important synergistic component of water management in catchment scale. And for this, we need to understand processes from molecular up to the catchment, even global scale. So now this acronym WBSRC, culture and education on the end, because the cumulative impact, I use expression cumulative, it means different form of impact, unfortunately are cumulative. And increasing pressure on biosphere, on water resources. To really develop efficient remedy, we have to develop multi-dimensional goal. Single goal doesn't work, never solve the problem. This is one of the reasons when we have a very complex problem and we're taking one simple solution, that's why still resources are declining. So that's why this WBSR expression you can find now in new document of United Nations Intergovernmental Hydrological Program 22-29, and also in the European Commission documents. Of course, ecohydrology never replaced the hydroengineering. However, has to somehow build synergy with hydroengineering and provide a good framework, because we have to start from the framework, not like engineers demand, but first of all, the potential of the given catchment. And in this moment, we can harmonize the society needs with enhanced sustainability potential. And finally, this is most important, this harmonization with society. Every society, every catchment has a different hierarchy of drivers. That's why cookbook recipe is not enough. It's necessary profoundly understand the complexity of processes, interaction, which fundamental step provides ecohydrology. So now question is, what we have done with hydrological cycle and why ecosystems are important, retentive cooling system and filtering. There's several elements how we really demolish hydrological cycle. First of all, we love to develop industrial agriculture, which through the homogenization of agricultural landscape, I'm showing situation in central Poland. In the past, there were small fields which were divided by 3 rows, and also the buffer between field and stream that was quite wide created by willows. When the new manager bought land and converted in agricultural land, you can see that in 10 years he lost organic matter from the soil. The heel of the soil is a sandy beach now. It, of course, is not retaining the water and also not providing the phosphorus, nitrogen, and microelements to the plants. And you need a really heavy supply of artificial fertilizers. Artificial fertilizers are transferred along the slope, and productivity, efficiency, economically is low. But additionally, when it's even 30% due to lack land-water ecotone zone is transferred to the stream, is generating toxic algal blooms, like on the lower cone in the reservoir below. So first step, we modify the catchment, and always we have to look at catchment, what we have done with hydrological cycle here. Second step, we create a narrow river and deep. This way we accelerate the outflow from the catchment. Outflow is accelerated. In this moment, cohesion of the water is sucking water from the catchment. And that's why this is another problem to transfer water fast from the catchment to the sea. Not only evaporation, loss of water, but also acceleration transfer. Additionally, concrete seating, which infiltration is reduced, is getting more hot. Heat islands are generated because it's not plants. For example, in Poland, when we have 32 degrees of Celsius, concrete is coming to temperature over 40 degrees, even 50. And in the park, where is plenty of tree, we have the temperature 28 and high moisture because transpiration of plant. And in this moment, dust is going down and quality of air is much better. So we have to build city as a blue-green network. It means connection of the patches of the green areas with the green corridors to increase filtration and reduce the heat, and also recharge of groundwater, which is very important. Because otherwise, if the stormwater are not retained, purified, retained, and recharging groundwater, we have a big amount of stormwater which are next polluting the small city reservoir in parks. That's why we need biotechnology to purify the stormwater. All these elements which are accumulated are transferred to the coastal zone. When you see here the effect of heavy rain, which flush the agricultural catchment in the city, and immediately are transferred along the coast with the wind. And we see that this is a look like spinach green soup, and this is pure, beautiful, transparent water. And automatically, such area of coastal zone is eliminated like recreation tourism area and generate serious economic damage. So why I'm saying the ecosystem are water recyclers? The important paper by Walter Ed demonstrate that in different parts of the world, ecosystem can even generate up to 90% recycling of precipitation. And we see that especially important in Central Asia, Africa, and Central South America. India, similar like Poland, has about 40–50% importance of ecosystem like recyclers. So if we eliminate biomass of ecosystem from the landscape, we not only accelerate the wind and generating the hair dryer effect, losing the water to the earth very fast, efficiently, but also we are losing the system which is stabilizing cycling of water. It means that there is no transpiration. Transpiration is a treasure because plants, if exist in this moment where there's a shortage of water, closing reducing transpiration. And it's too much water, they are pumping to atmosphere surplus of water, and in this moment they are active regulator of hydrological cycle, not only reducing heat budget. So additionally, plants also playing very important role like filters. Here are my favorite picture from Tillman paper to demonstrate how important is diversity of plant community. For example, in land water buffering zone between agricultural land and the aquatic system. We can see that concentration of nitrates in rhizosphere zone, root zone of plants, is if we have more than 15 species of plant, 10 times lower than if we have only a few species of plants. Why? Because plants are competing on every atom of nitrogen. And in this moment, this nitrogen, which is transferred with shallow groundwater to aquatic system, are trapped, converted in biomass, which can be used, for example, for feeding cows, all sort of ecosystem services. So biodiversity is not decoration, is potential tool for improvement of water quality, groundwater quality, and protection of the aquatic system. But everything starts from a theoretical model. This model, which I proposed a long time ago with Robert Nyman, that model was forcing kind of integrative thinking which integrate different knowledge of different disciplines of science. And on the stream order, we have hydrology, such element processes like the Bernoulli law, which means turbulent laminar flow, and that's why it's determinant of the functioning of the biota. If we have a very fast flow with high turbulency, a lack of diversified substrate structure of the channel, The biota are not really highly complex. Nutrient spiraling is very long. It means the self-purification is very poor. And that's why hydrology is one element which, to great extent, influence fundamental processes which determine ecosystem resilience. Second dimension is thermodynamics. Ecology is driven by temperature. According to Van Hoff law, we're having exponential increase metabolic processes according to temperature. And it's good news for India because in higher temperature, metabolic rate is higher. That's why all the nature-based solutions are working much more efficiently than in temperate zone when we have a periods of the cold weather, when the activity of the microbial community, plants community is almost switched off. And this model was putting together the hydrology and ecology to generate what? Predictive tool. Define the hierarchy of driving factors, because it's very important for our management, fundamental, if given system is mostly abiotically regulated, because in this moment you must regulate abiotic factors, or biotically regulated. Or in this moment you must use the biotic regulation. For example, for fishery, if you have a biotic regulation, you must reduce, for example, expenditure of energy of fish by creating the artificial habitat when they have a resting and feeding, because feeding is the most efficient in the current, but they cannot spend all life current because the energy expenditure is extremely high and must have also periods of resting. And if biotic are dominant, like in lower point of model here we have a biotic regulation. Here biotical, it means large tropical rivers. In this moment, we have to look what is the structure of the community, to what extent predator-prey relationships can be corrected, or to what extent the competition can be mitigated, for example, by creating more diversified habitat with alternative food chains. The deductive model is model which is explaining how bioproductivity, biodiversity depends on water availability and why we have to retain the water in the catchment, because simply, as we see on the bottom, the amount of carbon which is accumulated by ecosystem is proportional to the amount of water which is retained, provided and retained in the system. If we accelerate water outflow to the sea, if we accelerate evaporation by opening completely the landscape and increasing speed of wind, in this moment, system will not accumulate the carbon, and carbon is life substance, is fundamental for bioproductivity. Yeah? And of course, we have a carbon in ecosystem in organic matter and biomass. And temperature is very important because it's determinant of allocation of this organic matter. And in very cold climate, the most of carbon is in dead organic matter, like peatland, not too much in the biomass, because recirculation of the phosphorus, carbon, nitrogen is low. And in tropical system, most in biomass, not too much in the organic matter. Why? Because temperature stimulates high decomposition ratio. And that's why we have to remember when we manage the system that the tropical system always are much more productive, however, more vulnerable. They're more vulnerable to the limitation by water, and also they're more vulnerable for exploitation. We have to maintain the good equilibrium, and if we eliminate completely biomass, then the regenerative system can be weak because the amount of organic matter is lower usually than in temperate or cold temperate zone. So finally, question: how and why transdisciplinary hydrology is fundamental for development nature-based solution, systemic solution for sustainable future? First, as I said, ecohydrology, that integrates science from molecular to the catchment scale. And why we need molecular biology in water science? Because we are using such new methods to early warning, detection of toxigenic strain of cyanobacterial bloom. For cause-effect analysis, for example, we analyze the interaction between water parameters and as a factor of stimulating or blocking toxic algal bloom, for example, NPR ratio. Analysis of relationship between organisms, cyanobacteria, cyanophag bacteria. We're working now on, we select the bacteria which are destroying the cyanobacterial toxins. We also isolate some cyanophags which are destroying cyanobacterial in our ecohydrology center. And finally, the molecular biology for development, nature-based solution, which we are talking ecohydrological biotechnologies, for example, enhancement denitrification ratio, protect groundwater and surface water by leakage for farming, for animal breeding area. So, first principle ecohydrology. We need the principles ecohydrology for action. How to start? How to improve WBSRC of your catchment? First, you must always quantify hydrological process and impacts. So we identified how much precipitation is converted in outflow, river outflow, evaporation, in which area, how is efficient groundwater recharge, how are distributed point source pollution, non-point source pollution. This is background, because very often during my work in different countries, people were coming and showing me the section, for example, of the river, saying, we have here problem, what to do? I'm saying, show me map of catchment. The first step was to see what happens. And here is example how important this recognition. This is map of precipitation in Pilica catchment. This is area, small subcatchment, where the precipitation is only 500 millimeters. Here, another part of catchment is 800 millimeters. Which means in Poland, approximately 400 millimeters, river doesn't flow. So in this moment here, we have a very small reserve of water, and rivers are very vulnerable. And for sure, we cannot here make a planning of the high water demand industry or high water demand agriculture, and quite opposite in this dark blue area. Dispersion pollution, we then make a mathematical model catchment when we have a big load of phosphorus. So we can develop here some nature-based solution, which I will show you later. Here is a distribution of sewage treatment plant and their efficiency. And we found that the smallest one, they have the biggest problem to keep highly efficient purifying. Second step, second principle, ecohydrology, ecological, identification, ecosystem distribution. What kind of ecosystem? We have, from point of view of water management, in the catchment we have 3 times ecosystem. One, like urbanized area, which is highly modified and needs special solutions. Second, there are so-called novel ecosystem. It means they were modified by man. They are not really pristine. And third one, pristine ecosystem, which need conservation, protection, because we need as a reference point, not only for our cultural, let's say, society development, because this reference point is very, very important to raise consciousness of cultural heritage, every country, every region of the world. And cultural heritage is a really treasure, because exactly important like biodiversity. We depend on survival on biodiversity, but also on maintenance, taking care about cultural heritage. And we have this three different ecosystem, and this novel this natural reserve, but we have also agricultural land, some barren pastures and so on. They are novel ecosystem. Novel ecosystem sometimes can cover 90% of surface and can be subject of improvement, the WBSR. See. Now you can see here the map, the distribution, and third principle is ecological engineering principle, which there is a harmonization of nature-based solution and hydrotechnical infrastructure. So we have to harmonize, because very often this hydrotechnical infrastructure is creating over-engineering and rising costs, not necessary. And if, however, when it's properly integrated with nature-based solution, increase efficiency and reducing the costs. So, three elements of the third principle of ecohydrology. First, assessment. So you must combine knowledge from the first and second principles. As assessment, understanding of the status of hydrological status, impact status, distribution in the catchment, first principle. Second, distribution in ecosystems. Second, foresight. You need to develop foresight. Foresight is a methodology which is developed by the American Army. It means the attempt to create predictions of possible scenarios given catchment. And for example,
sorry to disturb you, Professor Zaleski. Can you please wind up your session in another 5 minutes? Could you please wind up your talk within 5 minutes? Sorry to disturb you.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm coming. So assessment is second. Foresight is necessary to predict the development. Different story. If highway will be built, different if the, for example, touristic development has to be completely different systemic solution adopted. And this, of course, are examples, the integration of this knowledge. This is a solution, for example, this highly efficient buffering zone, integrating geochemical barrier and denitrification process, and improvement of sewage treatment plant by sequential biofiltration system, which is not really constructed wetland, despite has a plant, however, mimicking series of processes which are appearing in natural river. Efficiency is coming to 97%. And hybrid system, combining the purification system of trapping the sand, oil from road parkings, and ecohydrological nature-based solution, geochemical barriers, which are trapping the solution, and also enhancing resilience by stocking predatory fish and maintaining high filtering zooplankton. This was awarded best of the best in the European Commission. Finally, reservoir. We have to retain the water, but we should not block the river, because river continuum is very important. Besides reservoir, which is blocking the river, are stopping fish migration, but additional accumulate the polluted water, phosphorus, nitrogen, and are toxic algal bloom very often. Instead of this, we propose side reservoir with a fish system, which is releasing only water when it's a good quality. In our river, we had periods when it's below 100 micrograms and sometimes 800 micrograms. So this water will generate toxic algal blooms. And if we release only during these periods, when it's still environmental flow, but good water quality, in this moment, we exchange the water, which is important for functioning of reservoir. Finally, also, it's possible to upgrade navigation, upgrading ecological status. In the Odra River, which is on the border Poland and Germany, we propose the systemic solution when we create the floodplain, we create site reservoir like refuge for fish, bypasses which are creating the rheophilic fish habitats and spawning grounds, and all the solutions, buffering zone and so on, improving water quality, because if in such system is existing. Finally, Ecohydrology, by comparison, what propose? Conservation is maintaining the status, restoration, reversing degradation. Engineering, design ecosystem for mutual benefit, ecohydrology, regulation of interactions between hydrological and biota using ecosystem properties as a tool for enhancement. And very important for end, up to now, the classic Schaffer restoration curve, if the impact increase, biodiversity, water quality, services decline, and you have to spend lots of money to come back because this same trajectory is not important. Ecohydrology is giving green trajectory, which reduce the impact, for example, from the catchment by improving the retentiveness of water, retentiveness nutrients. Second, increase resilience of the system. This, of course, is now translated in documents of Intergovernmental Hydrological Program when the ecohydrology is priority, and this is quoted some parts of this document, but I think this program is very innovative. Finally, also in the mega program of European Commission, Water for All, and this Water for All is giving the not only integration of water industry, hydroengineering, ecohydrology, nature-based solution, but also is providing the platform for broad international cooperation. And I think India can be interested to join this Water for All program. And as a vice chairman of this program, I will be glad to support this development, the cooperation effort. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Zaleski, for your very insightful talk. We have one question from Dr. Sanjay Pal. Shall I read it out? Okay, the question is, plant diversity nitrate relationship was not very clear. Could you please elaborate the possible mechanism? Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat once again?
The question was from Dr. Sanjay Pal. The question is, plant diversity nitrate relationship was not very clear. Could you please elaborate?
Plant
diversity nitrate relationship.
Plant water relationships. The plant, I'm saying, first of all, they are changing the heat budget. The plant are changing for example, because they accumulate lots of water. Let's say half of the biomass of plant is water, is a changing heat budget. Because to warm up 1 millimeter layer of the water on the bottom of the room when you need so much energy, like for 3 meter layer of air. So in this moment, imagine if you have a big amount of biomass in the landscape. In this moment, plant is reducing the heat. Second element, plant as physical barrier, reducing wind speed. And wind speed is major factor of the evaporation. Yes? If you accelerate the wind like hair dryer, in this moment, you're losing the water, evaporation is very fast, okay? So this is next. Third element, the plant are working like Hoover, taking the nutrients from the soil. So especially in over-fertilized land, when you have lots of animals and so on, which are polluting by phosphorus, nitrogen, streams, river, lakes, in this moment, plants, if you create the barrier between agricultural land, pasture land, and water, in this moment, they are sucking the nutrients and purifying the shallow groundwater, which are having highest concentration. Okay. Additionally, transpiration is process that plants through the leaves taking the water from the soil, and if it's too much water, transpiration is very intensive. Okay, are opening the steams. However, when there is drought, in this moment, plants are closing the steams and reducing transpiration. So in this moment, they are much better balancing water resources, saving when it's drought, and the reducing the flood effect when it's surplus water. Of course, they are working a little bit like fast belt in the car. They are very efficient up to the 120 kilometers per hour. If you're going 200, belts in the car doesn't work. It really doesn't, you have or not. So if you have a very dramatic heavy rain in this moment, this function of mitigation, flood, reducing floods and so on is limited.
Thank you. Just one more question from my side. When you talk about this approach, of course, it requires also a lot of involvement from the stakeholders. And here we have multiple stakeholders who has to be taken into consideration when you try to implement this approach.
Okay,
so my question in this regard is, how this concept of social engineering can be integrated with the whole approach.
Oh, I worked long time with engineers from really top European company like British Arup, DHV from Netherlands, or Polish hydro project, and different mega projects, construction of big reservoir and so on. And on the beginning, the engineers are a little bit skeptic and so on. However, if they see how we explain them more profoundly processes, they're usually getting very enthusiastic, and really this cooperation is in progress. And one of the way of involve society is demo site. We, for example, trained all the team for African Center for Ecohydrology in Addis Ababa, in Ministry of Water Resources and Energy, and they achieved such good results in first year. The ministry upgraded this up to the level of Directorate for Ecohydrology at Ministry of Water and Energy. So it means there are lots of natural solutions which we developed in Poland were translated to Ethiopia and work even better, as I said. So I think it's a great future to use this for solving problem in India. And we are open, and maybe the Water for All will be platform that we can develop cooperation and transfer some experience both way, because again, for us, important is to know how in India, in different conditions, can be adjust, fine-tuned different solution, and we can mutual cooperation is always in science very inspiring.
Thank you, Professor Zalewski. It was really a great occasion to listening to you, and we would definitely be in touch with you, and we should have some good collaborations to happen. Thank you very much for the wonderful lecture.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Here is a certificate for as a token of the participation. Thank you. Now, let me invite the next speaker, Mr. Agendra Kumar. Agendra Kumar is the Managing Director of ESRI India, which is the Environmental System Research Institute. Mr. Agendra Kumar holds a Master's MSc Honours in Mathematics and a Master of Management Studies degree from BITS Pilani. Mr. Agendra Kumar has been associated with ESRI India since 2013. An industry veteran with over 3 decades of experience in the IT industry, Mr. Agendra has been promoting the use of geospatial technologies in the country. Under his leadership, ESRI has partnered with various governmental and private organizations to execute critical and transformative projects using ESRI's GIS system. Agendra is also the president of the Association of Geospatial Industries. Mr. Agendra Kumar will be giving a talk on the topic strengthening water sustainability and resilience geospatially. Thank you. Mr. Agendra Kumar, the platform is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vishwanathan. And I'd like to thank you and Dr. Manisha for inviting me to this international symposium to commemorate World Water Day. It's a very important day today, and also this subject as such is very relevant and important for the whole world, including India. I'll share some thoughts about about strengthening water sustainability and resilience through the use of geospatial technologies. And let me just share my slides. Let me just do that first. So are my slides visible now?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Okay. So I'll divide my talk in few parts. So I'll first define that what kind of problem we are facing, and my focus is mostly India, the way things are in India, and then I'll share about the why we are in the current situation and how GIS and geospatial technologies can help in taking some steps to mitigate and recover from the situation where we are. I'll give a few examples, and then what is being done in India, what steps have been taken by government, and then talk about that how if we are able to improve, how it benefits the whole society at large if we are able to make this change. So how do I think there is some the visual is not coming properly. Let me reshare my screen. How do I do this? But what do I do? Why don't you help me share? Let's so if we go here, this is where I was. New share. I do this screen.
Yes, you share the screen. You share the presentation.
Okay. Share.
And then presentation.
So do you want to do it again? Just excuse me for this. I believe that it was not coming properly. Let me pause share. Let me do. Want to do it?
Screen share इसी presentation को share करें.
The full screen हो जाएगा फिर कैसे होगा? How will you share?
Can you share again? Keep some screen. Can you share again?
New share.
New share. Just want to share the screen. Screen one.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes.
But you can see all my slides. I cannot see them.
Share presentation of the screen.
Let's see. Let's see.
So how do you do?
New
You
share.
share.
Yes.
Now
Share.
I think we'll carry on. If you're able to hear me, then we'll just carry on with.
We are able to see the slide, but if you can move it, then it's fine. You can see.
No, I'm not able to change that, so it's coming like that. I think
Okay.
you're able to see my next slide also, which I'm not able to see. but I don't really have to see that. I'll just carry on.
Okay, thank
just
you.
to save time and not. Okay, so so if you look at the situation in India, India has 18% of world's population, but only about 4% of world's water resources. So there's a big imbalance in the population versus the water availability. And agriculture sector, which is quite a big sector for India, it contributes 20% of GDP. It consumes nearly 80% of India's fresh water. Out of it, 62% comes, 62% of groundwater is also used for agriculture purpose. So agriculture happens to be the largest consumer of good quality water. Most of the Indian cities lose about 35 to 50% of their water what we call as a non-revenue water, where it goes waste by either pilferage or leakages in pipes. So it's a huge amount of water which is getting wasted in our urban areas. And only 37% of our waste water is being recycled, in spite of a lot of efforts which have been done over the last couple of decades, where it's been made mandatory for industrial units to recycle water to use it again. So most of the hospitality, manufacturing organizations are supposed to recycle their water. So these are some of the reasons why there's a situation that if we do not take some steps, by 2030, India will have severe water shortage, and some of the cities may have very little water left. So some actions have to be taken to mitigate the situation and to improve from where we are. But how did we get there? Let's look at that. Why are we in this situation? One is that we are ourselves responsible for being in this situation. Over the years, there's been reckless use of water. People have not taken care of saving water, building new water resources, conserving water sources. A lot of misuse has happened over the years. India has seen population growth. India has seen movement of people from rural areas to urban areas. So in urban areas, we have a lot of stress because of overpopulation. And also things like not taking care of our own ecosystem, not managing our water resources as well as they should have been managed. Some of these reasons have caused water stress and brought us into the situation where we are. But still, everything is not lost. I think if we take some corrective steps, we should be able to manage the water situation in the years to come. It is possible to create a sustainable future. However, it will need a lot of commitment on part of us, people who are in India, people who are responsible for managing water resources. We must look at new ways to bring in sustainability into the way we live. We must try to control things like pollution, manage the population in the cities better, manage our urban development and rural development efforts better, manage our agriculture better, bring in modern technologies, modern techniques into agriculture so that the water consumption for agriculture can be reduced. So these are some of the steps which we must take in order to recover from the situation we are in. As you would know, that Esri is a GIS software and solutions company. We recommend geographic approach. Geography helps in better understanding, thinking, and problem solving. It helps us in looking at a lot of data which is available today, that how agriculture is taking place, how population is changing, what is the water availability in rivers, what kind of rainfall we have, how much snowfall we have, and how do we channelize that water in a way so that it can be put to better use. So that's the main theme of my talk, talking about how geography as a science can help in understanding the situation, understanding what can be done to improve the situation. So GIS, which is Geographical Information System, provides us a geographic approach to understand what's happening, measuring, taking stock of situation, looking at things in a visual manner, using the data to analyze the situation, make some decisions, implement those decisions, and look at what is the impact of those decisions, how things are changing. So it gives us a process, it gives us a framework so that we can apply geographical knowledge to make some decisions and see the impact of those decisions, and use this technology or this thinking process of geographical approach to improve the situation. ArcGIS, which is Esri technology, it's a comprehensive geospatial system. It helps us in integration of different kind of data. It helps us in looking at creating maps and looking at analysis of this data and understanding the situation better and visualizing that how decisions can be taken and what impact can we have. So ArcGIS is the technology which Esri promotes, and it can be very effectively used. And there are examples of a lot of portals which are being set up all over the world. Portals help us in getting the data together, building some applications on top of through those portals, and bringing community together. So portal helps us in building all the stakeholders together, people who are gathering data, people who are involved in decision making, people who are from different community stakeholders like NGOs and government departments and academia, research organizations. So all those can be brought together through GIS-based portals, so that they can collaborate together in making, in taking steps and making decisions. So basically, it provides us an infrastructure where we can bring the data together. You can have GIS systems, and you can build applications which can be used to make decisions, and that can actually help in transforming the water situation. Coming to the situation in India, a lot of steps have been taken over last 5 decades. Natural resource management was a beginning where focus on water came in. A lot of government organizations have been working to solve the problems, like Center Groundwater Board, Center Water Commission, a state level water department. So they have started work over last 30, 40 years. We saw some progress in between 1990 and 2000. National Resource Management System, that is a major project which was initiated. And a lot of work happened, and we saw some movement in terms of improvement in water resource management. Between year 2000 and 2010, there were new water related programs which came in: Integrated Watershed Management Program and National Rural Drinking Water Management Program. So these programs were launched by government, and some good progress happened. And watershed management got focused, and I think there were some improvements done as a result of these programs. Now, over the last 7-8 years, we have seen numerous new programs come in. We have National Mission for Clean Ganga. So a lot of work is happening along with through the Ganges River to rejuvenate river, not only Ganges but other rivers also in the country, and how to improve the water availability, how to clean the Ganga River because the water quality is not good. I think a lot of effort is happening. It's a huge problem. The outcomes are still limited, but I think if we continue to work in this area, we can have clean water flowing through Ganges River, which will give good quality water to the rivers which are falling along to the cities which are falling along the river Ganges. There's a national project on aquifer management, which is again a very important part of water ecosystem, and GIS is being used in this program as well for aquifer mapping and management, and there is some progress in this area also. A dam rehabilitation and improvement project was also an important one, and then we have under Amrit project, which is for 500 cities, which are urban areas in the country. There is an effort to improve the water supply to the people, to make sure that people have access to 24/7 good quality water, and also to improve the water treatment and waste management, so that some of the water which is already used, it can be recovered for future use. So I think some of these programs have been taken up by Indian government, which is helping a lot. And Jal Shakti Abhiyan, which has been launched last year, I think it's a huge step by the government to improve the water sustainability in the country. Water security is a big subject, and I think some of these programs are going to help. And there is definitely a positive movement because of these programs. There are a number of things which can be done. Monitoring and assessment is an important area where GIS can be used. How quality of water quality modeling, monitoring of groundwater, looking at what is creating pollution in the water and how to stop that, and then conservation assessment and planning and management. Slides are not moving.
It's fine. It's fine. You can continue.
Yeah, I think I'll continue because time is only 5 minutes are left. So I think I'd just like to. I'm sorry, the slides are not visible for some technical problem. But Then there are use of GIS in watershed management. So there are some examples. I talked about aquifer modeling, then water body restoration is another area. Then water distribution management. I think this is very important in a country like India because the non-revenue water is as high as 35% in many cities. So if we are able to cut down on leakage of pipes and pilferage of the water, then our municipal corporations will get the revenue and they'll be able to reinvest that money to improve the water distribution. And then asset management is important for water utilities, and updation of network analysis. Then real-time monitoring through IoT devices can help in cutting down the leakages and managing the pipes and the infrastructure better. We also took a view about that how geospatial technologies can help in terms of improving the value, in terms of economic value. So if we are able to, if we deploy the right GIS technologies and we implement them, then we can get 20 to 30% improvement in water conservation and restoration efforts. So 20 to 30% is a fairly large number, and it translates in huge economic value. Geo-enabled water supply platforms can improve overall efficiencies of water supply and wastewater management by up to 20%, while providing improved services to citizens. So if we look at these efforts and we are able to improve 20 to 30%, then in terms of operational benefits, in terms of geospatial value impact, the operational benefits could be of the tune of actually $24 billion if we over a period of 5 years time, if we are able to achieve these. Consumer benefits in terms of availability of water for people, availability of saving of money which they are spending today in procuring water, and the hardships they have to get the access to water could be as high as almost $1 billion every month. And in terms of societal benefit in implementing these technologies and managing the water resources better, the country can create 50,000 jobs and also have a saving of about $1 billion per annum in terms of restoration, prevent and environmental degradation, restoration of water bodies and reservoirs, and prevention of disasters. So if you look at the economic value of geospatial technologies can also be quite significant. So just to summarize that a geo-enabled water resource management approach can really help us in addressing the water issues in countries like India. I'm sure many other countries face similar challenges, and it can help us in managing the water ecosystem better without compromising on the sustainability and the environment, and which will in turn help in safeguarding the planet. So, for our future, I think it's important for us to make the effort to understand the challenges and use the geospatial technologies, and it can help us in improving the water situation. So I'd like to just stop here and thank you for this opportunity. I'm sorry my slides were not visible, but I hope I've been able to convey what I wanted to convey.
Thank you, Mr. Akendra Kumar. If anybody has any questions, can you please type them in the Q&A. In the meanwhile, I have a couple of questions to Mr. Akendra Kumar. You also mentioned about the government schemes very well. Government of India has also been promoting the usage of micro irrigation system, which is one of the major interventions that the government of India has launched over the past 10 years under the National Mission on Micro Irrigation Scheme, which is also going to make a significant headway in terms of reducing the water footprint in agriculture. But then the larger question here is that since majority of the farm holdings are very smaller parcels, very smaller in size, how we can actually use this technology to map them out? That is question number one. And how we should actually make proper awareness regarding the increased usage of groundwater, particularly in the regions of Rajasthan, Punjab, and all, which is actually the major triggers of agriculture development. How we can actually bring, one is the capturing the reality, using the technology. Secondly, how we can also increase awareness regarding the problem, and also in that respect, how the technology can help to solve the problem. I mean, in a greater
Right.
extent. Thank you.
Yeah, there are a number of things. There are a number of things which are happening. Some are happening at slightly larger scale. Some are happening in an experimental manner. See, today, fortunately, the mobile communication and IoT devices are available very easily. So, to make use of this technology, there are to cut down the water usage in agriculture, and also to increase the farmer income, and maybe to improve the yield as well. There are a few steps which can be taken. One is that if we are able to measure the soil moisture, so IoT devices can help us in getting the soil condition, soil moisture level, soil nutrient information. So all that information comes through IoT devices. Now we can combine this information along with say weather projections which are coming from India Meteorological Department and other weather bodies. Okay, so looking at the soil condition and the moisture in the air and the rainfall, if it is likely to happen, so that information can be provided to a farmer. And there are NGOs and there are startups who are working in this area who are integrating this information using the GIS systems and giving automated information through SMS to farmers so that they can take the appropriate step. So that's one way to do that. Second, and that can go to even smaller farmers and any size of farmers. Second thing which is happening is use of drones is going up in this area. So looking at drones, also a lot of information can be captured, the remote sensing information, and also the farm condition and the crop condition can be monitored through drones, and that information can be brought in along with the information which is already coming through IoTs and also the weather feeds and other relevant information. So these things can be combined together and given to give what we call a intelligence or the information to a farmer to whether to irrigate the farm or not to irrigate the farm. So if rainfall is happening in next 24 hours, I think the advisory can be given to a farmer not to really irrigate the farm and save that precious water. So that's one thing which is quite important. Second is that satellite images also play a role if you're looking at a state level or a larger region of the country, that when is the likely rainfall and then conserve the water if it's happening. There are other longer term efforts which can be done, looking at the suitability of soil and the weather conditions. At a larger scale, farmers can be advised to maybe switch the crops, because in some areas where water availability is limited and the water table is going down and there's a need to conserve water, the groundwater, then those crops farmers should be encouraged to grow the crops which consume less water. So I think it's easier said than done, because farmers also look at their own income, that what is going to get them more money. But I think some steps can be taken in areas like Punjab that you mentioned, and switch to certain crops which require less water, and that will go a long way in saving the groundwater.
Just one more question. You mentioned about the role of Watershed Development Program, and if you look at the history of Watershed Development Program, it has been one of the earliest programs that India has launched. Maybe if you look back, watershed programs have been launched since 60s and all. Though the overall scope was also employment generation and all, but broadly the program was intended to increase the water availability, capture water on a watershed basis. But then you also mentioned about the usage of GIS and geospatial technologies and all. You also mentioned about some examples of NGOs. I mean, watershed development programs NGOs are using for mapping the water availability and things like that. Can you please throw some light on those? aspects?
Yeah, there are some, it is happening, and I'm aware of some small NGOs and also large organizations like the Art of Living Foundation. So the Art of Living Foundation, I believe, is working on about 30 odd rivers in the southern and western part of the country. And their project is to rejuvenate those rivers and work with the local people, which also creates employment, and also looking at the topography, that how do we direct more rainwater into the river so that the river recharging happens. So these are the kind of projects which are happening across the country, and GIS helps in understanding the terrain, understanding the topography, and getting the idea that what is the rainfall expected and how much water can go into the rivers as recharge, and how it can be how they should stop some of the water from running away and use it to recharge the reservoirs in the area, so that later on the water can be consumed. So I think basically GIS plays a role in understanding the topography of the area, the terrains and the reservoirs and the river flows and the directions. So there are models available which are as a part of GIS system, which helps us in getting understanding that what will be the quantum of water available given the rain projection, and those models can be used for understanding what will be the volume of water available, how much can be stored in the river, how much can be different reservoirs. So I think those are the technologies which are available at a very high level. Of course, there's a lot of things have to be done. It's not as simple. I'm making it sound very simple, but it takes enormous amount of effort. One has to get the either aerial data or satellite data and work with that, or do drone surveys. Drone surveys are becoming very popular these days. So that data collection is important, integration of weather feeds is important, and then getting all these things together into a framework so that it can help us in decision making and building a process to manage the rivers better. So it's a long-term activity. It takes years to do it. It's not a very simple thing, but I think if we take some right steps, then we should be able to manage our rivers better.
So thank you, Mr. Agendra Kumar. For paucity of time, we have to wind up the session now.
Thank you, Dr.
So thank you so much for your we also have a request to share, to get your presentation. We wanted to really.
I will do that. Yeah, I will do it soon.
All of us are quite keen to see them. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now, let me close the session. Both the speakers have been highlighting very important aspects of water conservation from a broader perspective of water security and also achieving the sustainability indicators with respect to water. And in this regard, Professor Zaleski talked about the importance of highlighting the integration of eco-hydrological approach for achieving water sustainability, where he spoke about the key elements for integration with respect to biodiversity, ecosystem services, resilience, and as well as cultural aspects of conservation, etc. Coming to Mr. Agendra Kumar, he was very significantly talking about the relevance of using the geospatial technology or the GIS method in order to achieve water security across river basins, across all other kind of water systems that we have in the broader context of India. So I thank both the speakers once again, and also all the participants for a wonderful participation. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Vishwanath. This brings us to the end of the first session for today. We will now have a short break. We will resume sharply at 6:10. Thank you.
Human settlements in rural areas have always enjoyed a direct link with the surrounding natural environment. However, with rapidly depleting resources, many villages in India have entered into sustained poverty. In 2013, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, guided by its Chancellor, Srimata Amritanandamayi Devi, launched the Live in Labs program.
We have made this program in such a manner that it has closely knitted the interdisciplinary domains together to bring in the solution. We give the students an opportunity to see the rural community, be in that environment, in the rural community, along with them, live with them. So automatically compassion will be generated in their heart, which provides them an opportunity to find out what are the challenges they are facing and how their technical knowledge can be used to provide it as a solution.
The Live in Labs program continuously strives to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals by fostering self-reliant communities. Bachelor's, master's, and PhD students from all over the world can spend 2 weeks to 6 months working with Amrita faculty and students at one of the program sites. After a comprehensive orientation session and team formation, program participants will live in and explore the village to identify challenges and co-design a proposed solution. Implementation, evaluation, and making improvements will happen after testing the solution in the university's labs.
For any technological solution to be viable, to be sustained, you need to be with the community in designing the solution. That is one of the major things we train them in the whole process, where they'll work with them in coming up with the design. They look into it, what is their needs, so that they can come up with affordable, adaptable, sustainable solution, which will make sure that the technological solutions will become a success.
The program draws on principles of human-centered design for the development and deployment of sustainable solutions in the areas of energy and environment. By developing pathways to access renewable electrical energy, utilizing smart energy technology, and encouraging sustainable practices to protect the environment and conserve natural resources. Water and sanitation. By designing micro-water distribution and management systems, implementing water filtration systems, and fostering water-wise communities. These are joined by initiatives in rural sanitation, which develop sustainable models for toilet construction fostered through democratic participation. Health and hygiene. By implementing hygiene awareness programs to increase community health and well-being, developing low-cost technologies.
I would now like to take a minute to introduce Dr. Dhanya as the second chair, as the chair for the second session today. Dr. Dhanya is currently serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Physics and in the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. Dr. Dhanya served as a project assistant at the National Aerospace Laboratory, Bangalore, for a short period prior to joining Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She received a PhD from the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Her research interests are numerical modeling, data assimilation, extreme weather events, landslide early warning, machine learning, and analysis of climate data. May I please invite Dr. Dhanya to take over as the chair for the current session.
everyone. We have presently two speakers for our next session. Let me introduce them.
Apologies, Dr. Dhanya, your voice is very faint.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Let me try stopping my video and see if the problem is with the bandwidth. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's clear now.
Okay, thank you. So we have two speakers for our next session today from TU Delft. So let me introduce both of them. Dr. Saket Pandey is a hydrologist and water economist at TU Delft, Netherlands. Dr. Pandey's project experience includes assessment of impacts of climate change on agriculture and health, anthropogenic influence on land degradation and water resource availability. At Delft University of Technology, he is involved with the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda of the United Nations and is investigating aspects of coupled human water systems such as adoption of household water treatment systems, links between population growth and water scarcity, behavior of smallholder farming in India, valuation of water in Indian and Lebanese basins, and coupled system modeling of rural-urban migration in Jiangsu province of China. Our other speaker in the same session is Ms. Anjana Eka, who is a PhD researcher at the Delft University of Technology with a background of a master's in agricultural economics. She has experience working in ecosystem service valuation and socio-economic issues in inland aquatic ecosystems. At present, she is working on a hydrological economic modeling approach for river basin management. Let me welcome once again both the speakers warmly. Dr. Saket Pandey and Ms. Anjana Eka, welcome to you, and let me hand over the session to you.
Thank you very much. I think I have some issues with my background filter. If I may, I'll remove my background filter. If I know how to do that. Okay, there you go. All right. I believe you can. Are you able to see me? I guess not. Let's see. I'm going to put this one. No. All right. Okay. Oh, there was this problem. Better. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind introduction and for the possibility to present some of our work at this very important workshop, at this very important symposium. I also have with me Anjana Eka, who is a PhD with us.
Hi, everyone.
She would be presenting most of the work, and I would be presenting some parts of her work during the presentation, in the middle of the presentation. This work is also in collaboration with Yong Jiang and Peter van der Zaak, some parts of it, let's say most part of it in collaboration with Yong Jiang and Peter van der Zaak from IHE Delft, also in Netherlands. And before I hand over the talk titled Impact of Anthropogenic Modifications on Flow Regimes, where we study Upper Cavalry River Basin, I would like to highlight that it's quite interesting. The first two talks that we have had kind of, let's say, builds a nice background to the study. And may I say, the study on the slide which showed my face, the title of that was wrong. The real title is the impact of anthropogenic modifications on flow regime in Upper Cavalry, and why the previous two speakers were very suitable to really build the case for such a study is because it has a very strong, let's say, ecosystem service provision dimension, and we have depended a lot on spatial data sets, and I believe Anjana has used, in fact, ArcGIS to do many of the spatial modeling. Of course, we moved to MATLAB and other kind of tools to really use the models that we have and analyze it and present the results. So really grateful, very interesting talks by previous speaker, Dr. Zalewski and Dr. Kumar. Yeah, without further ado, I'll hand over the mic, so to say. I put Ms. Anjana Eka on the spot. Anjana.
Thank you, Saket. Yes, thank you so much. So we are going to talk about the rivers. And I think 2 years back, there was one paper published in Nature, and the paper was about that 53% of the global rivers, they are dammed. I mean, half of the rivers, they are already modified, and now we don't have less rivers like, you know, there are more pristine. I think we don't find such rivers. So we need to find a balance between like how we are going to use the river water and how we are going to balance the ecosystem services. So to understand that, we have to understand first the river landscape. So today in this presentation, first of all, I will talk about the river landscape. Actually, we will talk about the river landscape, and then what kind of ecosystem services that we are getting from those river landscape, and how we human beings, we are modifying this landscape to get the benefit from it. And later on, we will move on to the case study. We will see the practical application, that how we have done that and what we have done in case of Cavalry River Basin in India. And afterwards, we will talk about like what we did, how we analyzed that, and how we studied the impact of these anthropogenic modifications on the flow regime, and then we will conclude our session. So first of all, the river landscape. When we see a river, then most of us, we see we say river as just the flowing water, but it's not like that. From headwater to delta, river, it consists of multiple dimension, having interconnected ecosystem, which has like some ecological value, which also have some social value and cultural value integrated into it. And these landscapes, they are formed as a result of co-evolution between climate, topography, vegetation, and geology. When these all parameters, they interact, then it gives then some kind of biophysical processes, and then it gives some kind of ecosystem functions. And when these ecosystem functions produce some kind of tangible and non-tangible benefit, that we call these as an ecosystem services that we are using for us. So what kind of ecosystem services that we get from the river landscape? So in 2005, Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, they divided the benefits that we are getting from ecosystem and also from the rivers into 4 different aspects. The first one is called the provisioning services, that we can, these provisioning services, they are a kind of tangible products that we obtain from the ecosystem. But the other 3, they are mostly non-tangible, and they are known as regulating services, also known as supporting services, cultural services. And these things means we cannot see like tangibly or we cannot touch it, but it's a kind of intangible benefit that we get from the ecosystem. And we will see this in detail. When we say provisioning services, everybody know from where we are getting the food. It's by cultivation, but from where the water comes for the cultivation, it's mostly it comes from the groundwater, or it comes from the canal irrigation. And from where this water comes from, this water they comes from the river landscape, or say from a watershed. Water supply, we are diverting water for drinking water, or for other industrial use. We also diverting water for generating electricity. We also divert water for producing some kind of energy. And river also gives some kind of raw materials, some kinds of food and medicines. So these things are tangible and we can use it for our benefit. So that's why they are known as the provisioning services. Then comes the regulating services. Regulating services are those services which we cannot use it tangibly, but indirectly we are using in one form or the other. For example, say climate regulation or say carbon sequestration. So trees, they use water and they store some kind of water either in the soil or on the leaves. And these water are known as green water. So these green water, we cannot see it or we cannot use it directly, but these trees, they are using this kind of water, we call it green water, for producing the biomass. And these, we are using the timber, or say the trees, they absorb CO2 and they help in reducing the greenhouse emission. So these are these kinds of services, they are known as regulating services. Whatever, like lots and lots of industries, they just pollute the rivers, and these rivers, they are diluting all the pollutants. So they are also somehow acting or controlling the water quality to some extent, unless we reach towards the threshold level. So these are some of the ecosystem regulating services which are dependent on the flow regime. Then coming towards the supporting services. So more specifically, these supporting services, they directly don't give us anything, but they support in the production of provisioning, regulating, or cultural services. For example, say biodiversity. Biodiversity could be the benthos who lives below the river stream, or say fishes. Of course, fishes, they are important, and also all kinds of flora and fauna. They are important for producing the provisioning services, because biodiversity is there. That's why we are getting the food. Otherwise, there won't be any possibility to get the food. The same case, the habitat provision. This river flow regime, the flowing water, it provides habitat to lots and lots of aquatic plants and animals. And because of this habitat provisioning, we are able to get the provisioning services. The same applies for the nutrient cycling, the primary production. These are the supporting services of photosynthesis. These kinds of services, they directly, they are not helpful to human beings, but indirectly they are helping us. And when human beings, we are more concerned about the tangible products like the provisioning service, because we can directly use it. But intangible products, we are not very much concerned about it, because we are not linking it to it. But we have very harsh consequences of ignoring these services. And the last one is the cultural services. Even the cultural services, they are dependent on the flow regime. For example, say recreation, lots and lots of temples. Temples are built along the bank of river. We have lots of festivals which are linked and which are connected with the cultural value of, which are linked with the cultural value. So these are the ecosystem services which are dependent on the flow regime. And if we use more and more water for if we divert more and more water for one ecosystem services, for example, say if we want to produce more and more agriculture, or if we want to produce more and more food, then we will divert water for those ecosystem services. And what about the other services? What about the regulating services? What about the supporting services? What about the biodiversity? There will be less water for those services. And to some extent, in the short run, we will get more benefit from the provisioning services. But in the long run, if these supporting and regulating services, if they are gone, then that will impact the provisioning services that we have. That's why it's important to make a balance. It's important to conserve all these services so that we can attain sustainability, or we can make a balance between make a balance to have the integrity of the rivers. So what we have done. So say, for example, what kind of hydrological alterations that we see on river landscape, which has already impacted or which can impact the economic, social, and ecological value of ecosystem services. So where the first rank goes to the damming, like if we build a dam across the river, then of course it helps us to get electricity, it helps us to irrigate our fields. Of course, we get uninterrupted water supply. For fisheries, it's both like a positive and negative thing. At one point of time, we can grow lots and lots of fishes on dam, but at the same time, it's harmful for the biodiversity. Then coming towards the ecological thing. Ecologically, damming is not good for the fish migration. Damming is not good for the water quality. The species diversity will decline. The connectivity with the floodplains will also damage. From the social cultural aspect, of course, it helps for the flood control, but it can impact the livelihood, it can impact tourism in a positive and a negative way both, and also it can impact the aesthetic value. And the other hydrological alterations that you see on a river landscape, they are like stream channelization. If we change the land use pattern, then that can also impact the ecological value. If you change in the land use pattern means if there are trees in a particular place, and if you cut the trees, then there will be more flow in the river, and that can cause floods. So that is also one of the harmful impact of the change in land use pattern. And also we have abstraction of water and sand mining. Sand mining is also very it's important. Directly it doesn't impact the flow regime, but indirectly it causes the instability of the riverbed. It causes bank erosion, and that can impact the habitat of microorganisms or say aquatic organisms which are living on the river. And in that way, they can impact the ecosystem services. So whatever we discussed now, I'm going to show you with the case study of the major river of our southern India, the Cavalry River Basin. So the Cavalry River Basin is the fourth largest river of the peninsular India, and we know it originates from Talakaveri, and it has a drainage area of 81,000 square kilometer. And from ancient kingdom, I think before the colonial period, this Cavalry, especially this Cavalry system, it's the most developed basin in terms of agricultural production, and we have very vast area under paddy cultivation, especially in the lower Cavalry region. And there were like lots of tanks which were built before Britishers, and when the Britishers, they started ruling in our country, and then they started building lots of dams. We have like a very big Mettu Dam. I think it was built in 1936, and so it's then the Cavalry Basin is mainly famous for paddy cultivation, and recently they are giving more importance to sugarcane as well. And 48% of the area in the Cavalry Basin it's under cultivation. So I mean, we have modified a lot, but what is the consequences of those modifications? Look at these species. Someone might be they might have seen this somewhere, but this wood pigeon, we call it like Nilgiri wood pigeon, and this spotted eagle, and there is a yellow-throated bulbul. These species, they are in the list of IUCN endangered list. That means these species are on the verge of extinction. Because when we modify, it's not like that we are just modifying the river flow. When we are modifying the river flow, then we are modifying the habitat of these flora and fauna. So we make them like vulnerable to climatic conditions. We make them vulnerable to all kinds of threats. So these species, they are on the verge of extinction in that basin. Second, look at this picture. This is humpback mahashir, which you can find only in the Cavalry Basin, and this is considered as a critically endangered species. So I was reading one publication, and I think it was published in 1934. After the construction of this Mettu Dam, the movement of this humpback mahashir, it stopped, and it's also considered like an endangered thing. So why do we need to protect these things? I mean, why do we need to protect these species? Because our provisioning services, whatever we are getting from the river, it's only because if these all other ecosystems, they can survive. Also, there is a temple-based fish sanctuaries, and of course, in case of Cavalry, or in case of like any other Indian rivers, we have some kind of cultural and social norms. They are also attached with the river. This is a very famous example of a temple-based fish sanctuary, which is not exactly in the Cavalry, but it's located adjoining Cavalry River Basin. And here they try to protect one species of mahashir, and fishing is banned in this particular area. And people, they just come to this temple, they pray, and this temple acts as a fish sanctuary. And fishing is banned, and nobody is allowed to fish here. So this is a very good example that how we can save the biodiversity. And I think, if you divert more water towards some other needs, then there won't be much water for these species. And this can indirectly impact our cultural services as well, because if the water will be gone, the fish will be gone, and then nobody will come to pray, or nobody will come to visit this place. This can also hamper the tourism aspect of the river. So, and afterwards we try to also understand how people, they are dependent on rivers. So we did a kind of like a field survey, from the top to bottom of the main Cavalry River, and this particular picture is from the Hogenagal Canal. So here we can see, and where we did a kind of survey, and we came to know that the fishermen, there are around like 3,000 to 4,000 fishermen. They are living in that particular stretch, and their life is revolving around the rivers. They catch fish on the river, and they catch the live fish. They bring it to they bring it back, and near the waterfall, they just cook those fish, and they serve it to the tourist, and they also provide some kind of boat riding. So waterfall, this flow regime, they are also important for the livelihood support and employment generation of the people. So when we are going for the river basin management, so we also have to take care of all the stakeholders. It's not about, we have lots of stakeholders. Some are very powerful, so we listen more to them. But some people, they are more dependent on river, but we don't listen to them more, or they are like voiceless. So when we are making a plan for river basin management, then we also have to take care of all the stakeholders who are directly or indirectly dependent on river basin. So then after doing all this exercise, we also try to see like, okay, what kind of constitutional and national policies that we have in our country. And we knew that water is considered as a state responsibility, according to the entry 17 in list 2. So whatever the things, say water supplies, irrigation, canals, drainage, if you are digging some kind of embankments, water storage, they all come, this is the responsibility of the state. And then central government, what they do, if there are some kind of regulation or developments which requires, say for example, intercatchment water transfer, if these things are governed by the central government. So that's why everybody knows about Cavalry. Like we have been, like from 100 years ago, we have been fighting for the water between between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. And recently, the government of India, they formed a Cavalry Basin Management Authority in 2018. But still, the issue is solved. But still, we are still struggling to find a balance. And yes, and what kind of balance is there, and what we're going to do further, I would ask Saket to continue from this point onwards.
Thank you, Anjana. Okay, so now we move on. let's say, how do we assess the impact anthropogenic modifications on flow regime. So Anjana has been talking about, let's say, qualitatively, the stakeholders who are at play, what possible impacts have already been there. And it's quite immense. And this is a story which is not just shared by Cavalry, I mean, which is not just the case of Cavalry, but shared by many other rivers in India. And we need not take their names. So why Cavalry is interesting is because it's one of the, let's say, one of the most heavily modified river basins in India. And it, of course, the Cavalry River flows across several states, and given the legal framework, you can say it creates perfect conditions for conflict. As you can see, in the upstream, around 300,000 cubic feet is used up by Karnataka, whereas almost downstream, another major player, Tamil Nadu, takes 400,000 cubic feet, and this upstream downstream tension already has been is evident in some of the cases that we've witnessed in the past. Kerala is also there as a major stakeholder, taking up 30,000 cubic feet, and then Bangalore city, a city itself, is taking like almost 5,000 cubic feet of water. So it's quite complex, and given the complexity and multiple stakeholders, and especially what is at stake, it's really important to yes, of course, understand the stakeholder landscape, understand the complexities around it, but also be able to quantify the effects of anthropogenic modifications. And here we would mostly be talking about dams. So Anjana, can you move to the next slide, please?
Yes.
So as you can see on the left-hand side, yeah, the number of dams have been increasing over time, but what is really interesting is that there was one of the first dams was around 1,000 years back. So this is amazing. It's not just heavily dammed, heavily altered basin, but it's also one of the most ancient ones with human footprint in terms of human footprint. And the number of dams have been increasing exponentially, so to say. Maybe it's not exponential, but let's say superlinear. And you can see on the right-hand side over the entire basin, not just that there are too many dams, but these are some of the major dams, and they vary in terms of the amount of volume that they store. And what you can see is as we move towards the downstream part, there's the storage capacity reduces. What is more interesting is some of the major dams, reservoirs, or let's say storage capacities are in the middle to upstream part of Cavalry River Basin. And that is the reason why we choose not the entire Cavalry, because the entire Cavalry, yeah, I mean, it's really complicated. But we chose Upper Cavalry, and that in itself is complicated. Jenna, can you move to the next slide, please? So at high level, the methodology, yeah, it's always difficult, right? We are talking about dams and how it changes the hydrograph as I said, complicated modeling exercise. So the way we are conceptualizing is, okay, if you have a dam, pick up a gauge station downstream of a dam, map the reservoir and the catchment area upstream of the dam, and map the, let's say, contributing area between the dam and the gauging station that you have. And model 3 different entities: hydrology upstream of the reservoir itself, including dam operations, and hydrology downstream. And the complication arises, not just that it's complicated enough for a single reservoir, but that in Upper Cavalry, as you would see, there's a nested, let's say, nested catchments. So there's, nested reservoirs. So there are reservoirs upstream, then there are more reservoirs as you go downstream, the river network. Yeah, and so essentially we model hydrology upstream, downstream in a similar manner using a particular type of model, flexible model for own reasons. Then we also model the reservoir operations using sinusoidal functions. And then using data that we have, we calibrate and validate so that we have standard hydrological modeling exercise, except that we have not anthropogenic signal in it. We perform standard hydrologic exercise with anthropogenic effects in it to identify robust parameters. And once we have that, then we can get an idea of, which is not shown here, but perhaps is something in the future which Anjana is engaged in, is what if we remove a particular dam? How does the flow regime change? And to who all is that changed, now improved flow regime beneficial to? So it's sort of, let's say, going back in time when there was no reservoir, and that is possible when we follow this methodology. Anjana, can you move to the next slide, please? So I mentioned FlexTopo as a model to model the hydrology, both upstream and downstream. And in the bottom, you can see, this is the upstream catchment contributing area to the reservoir, so to say. And by downstream model or hydrology, I would mean the contributing area between the dam and the downstream gauging station that we have. We use a model called FlexTopo model. Now, we have our own reasons to use that. Of course, people would always say that, why don't you use other models? Why we use this is because it's let's say the philosophy behind the model is more based in coevolutionary dynamics, that landscape changes itself with the vegetation, soil type when forced by climate. And as a result of that, what it proposes is that depending on how far you're from a river stream, for example, if you're too close, you get classified as a wetland, and you have a particular type of model structure that you can assign to it. If you're a bit far but not too far, let's say it becomes a hill slope, you could assign another type of model structure, and so on and so forth. If you move further away, it's plateauish, another type, because in these different landscape types, there are different dominant hydrological processes that are at play, and that motivates these different model structures. And they also link with the kind of vegetation that you may find. So, for example, wetlands, because the groundwater table is often at the surface, you have certain type hill slopes. You find generally forests, and often agriculture happens hill slope, plateau, and sometimes also in wetland. And these additional layers, not just distance from the river, elevation, where we use digital elevation model, and what kind of land use pattern is out there, we use ArcGIS and spatial analysis to come up with let's say a model setup, which we discuss in the following slide. But before that, we fix the reservoirs, or let's say the study area. As we mentioned before, we are focusing only on Upper Cavalry River Basin, and that too on 5 major reservoirs based on the storage capacity. So we, given the complexity, and we ignore the others. And you can already see that even these 5 has, let's say, put together have complex network structure because of the, let's say, upstream downstream connections. We have these 5 which are listed here, and these 5 essentially, as you can see in the figure below, quantify or classify, or let's say would motivate the type of reservoir model that we would have to build that comes in between the upstream and downstream. And if you can go to the next slide, Anjana. And this takes us further into what we exactly mean by our integrated modeling approach to assess the impact of reservoirs and flow regime. Is that we can delineate for various gauge stations that we have, we can delineate, as you can see on the model concept on the left, upstream flex topo, and model it as upstream flex topo model. Then we in the middle can have, for example, a reservoir, and then F2 here represents the downstream flex topo, and we can do it for all. And given that we have gauge station at the downstream end, we can use the standard calibration validation exercise to come up with an integrated model with reservoirs. So here's the model structure, flex topo model structure. Again, we start now talking about what do we mean by different processes and what do we mean by for different landscape type, different dominant processes and the model structure. So as you move away, wetlands would have this type of model structure, which is relatively less complex compared to hill slope. And we need not go into the details of what all these symbols mean, but essentially it's how you connect various reservoirs that represent various storages in various parts of the catchment. So we can also see it's a semi-distributed model that we're talking about here. And by storages, we would mean interception storage, subsurface storage, differentiating between fast and slow storages, and then we have groundwater storage represented by SS, and how they are connected with each other. Putting these all together then provides us with an idea of flow regime or what flows out of the basin, and it has various parameters that need to be calibrated. And of course, we need to know the landscape classes, for which we use various GIS data sets as mentioned, and you can see on the top right, we use two things. We use height above the nearest drainage and digital elevation model, I believe perhaps the slope, to come up with a landscape classification that tells us which structure to apply where. Next slide, please. Then we also, since we have command areas, as you can see in the top right, we also need to know the water demands, because that influences what is the demand on the reservoirs, because soon we would be building a reservoir. So we need, again, extended data sets of the types of crops, special data sets of the types of crops that are grown in these various command areas. We need temperature, rainfall data to get an idea of what is their demand. And we assume that these reservoirs, if they're irrigation for purpose, these reservoirs should be trying to meet this irrigation demand. And that adds as an input in addition to, let's say, rainfall to a model for the reservoirs that we build. We go to the next slide, please. And so here, this really quickly talks about the reservoir modeling. So here, as you can see in the bottom, what do we mean by reservoir modeling? It's essentially how a reservoir operates. And given that we have historic data and a particular conceptualization of how reservoirs operate and lead to fluctuations in storage, we can come up with, let's say, a model for the reservoirs. So and that is what we do here. And so what we essentially have is, again, two layers of modeling. First, we model the reservoir, given that we also have, in fact, data sets on the outflows and the storage. We calibrate the reservoir first, and then we plug it into the concept that you see in the bottom left, and then run it again for various four catchments that we mentioned, and then calibrate the various parameters of a flex topo model. If you move to the next slide.
Yes.
So this shows what we mean by reservoir modeling. If you move to the next slide. And what it produces is the shortage curve. And this is how we do that. I believe this is when we are calibrating the flex topo with reservoir integrated to it. We use a particular type of evolutionary algorithm to identify the parameters. We have two objective functions, we can have more, and essentially what we do is multi-objective optimization, and it gives us good parameters that we should do. As you can see, We are able to, for all the 4 reservoirs or corresponding subbasins, we are able to get parameters with good performance. We're talking about Nasha cleft of from 0.9 to 0.5 and mean absolute error of around 0.5 to 1 meter cube per day. And please note that it's for one of the first times that we are getting this performance where we have built in a reservoir model while not knowing the operation rule of the reservoir. So these are quite interesting results for us. And if we move forward, this is how we have not shown here the uncertainty bounds because we get a Pareto front. It has its own uncertainty of parameters. We haven't shown here, but you can see for a particular here how simulated is following at least the patterns of observed. And please note again, this is not annual, this is not monthly simulation with a reservoir embedded in a hydrological model, let's say embedded in the hydrology of things, but it's at daily scale. And I think we find it quite encouraging in the sense that we believe that the parameterization that we have gotten is quite robust and can indeed be used to run scenarios of what if there was no reservoir? What does it mean for river regimes and ecosystem services that depend on certain types of regimes? Okay, from here on, I think what Anjana would be discussing what if you remove the reservoirs really quick. I believe, Anjana, you have 5 to 10 minutes to go back to assessing the impact, anthropogenic effect on flow regimes, and what if the reservoirs were not there. Anjana.
Yeah. So right now, what we discussed about like how the anthropogenic modifications is impacting the flow regime. So we took dam to analyze the situation. So we knew that we don't have the data like without the dam. So we have to generate some data like what will happen if we remove the dam. So we use the flex topo model with the reservoir, and then we do all the calibration and validation to see whether our modeling is functioning well or not. And afterwards, we remove the dam, and then again we ran the model to compare what was the flow before the construction of them, means how much we have when the flow has been deviated. So then again we run the model with reservoir and without reservoir, and then we compare these two flows with indicators of hydrological alterations. So hydrological, this IHA, we call it the indicators of hydrological alterations. It was developed to understand the degree of alterations of the flow regime. So we can do it like before the construction of dam and compare like what was the flow before the construction of the dam or after the construction of the dam, or we can do it like what was the flow with reservoir or without reservoirs. In our case, we have done it like with reservoir and without reservoir. So we have compared these two situations. And so this is the impact. So first, this first one, what you see on the slide is the impact on the magnitude of monthly stream flow condition. So if you see this graph, then you will see that in case of Kudige and Koligal, it's of course with no reservoir case, the monthly magnitude is it's high compared to the reservoir case. But in case of T Narsipur subbasin and MH Halli subbasin, and these two subbasins, they are not on the main river Cavalry. You know, the Kudige subbasin and Koligal subbasin, these two these gate stations, they are on the Cavalry river, but T Narsipur is on Kabini. It's on Kabini river, and MH Halli is on what is the name of that river? I think Harangi or I think Harangi river basin. So these two are the tributaries. So in these tributary rivers, you can see like in the month of June and July, the difference in the magnitude of monthly flow stream is really wide. It's really wide, and it can impact it can definitely impact the ecology and also the river flow downstream. And this is on the magnitude. And if we see the other indicators of hydrological alterations, for example, see for the 3-day minimum flow with reservoir case, it's 0. also, if you see the number of 0 days with no reservoir case, but the number of 0 days for the reservoir case is it's 90. That means if we build the reservoir, then in the Kudige sub-basin, so there were like 90 days, which like in that period of time, there was no water there was no river water flowing. And if you find such cases, then that is not good for the ecological condition of the river. So if there were like no water in the river, then definitely there won't be any nutrient solving, or there won't be any nutrient export going towards the downstream, and also the all kinds of aquatic organisms which would live on the river, that would die. Similar the case with the base flow index in the Kudige, and in the Kudige sub-basin, the base flow index in case of reservoir, it was 0. And also in case of MH Hali, T Narsipur, of course we cannot see much difference, but still it's lower than the no reservoir case. And also the frequency and duration of high and low flow pulses, that can also impact the ecological conditions, mainly like some kind of invertebrates that or say microorganisms that is living in the water, because sometimes these aquatic organisms, they don't need like high amount of water. If there will be like a high flush of water in case of dams, sometimes what they do, they just release water from the dam, and then like a high flow of streams which comes, and it can wash out all the organisms, and the organisms will die. That's why these hydrological indicators, they tell us what is the degree of alterations in terms of minimum flow, in terms of low pulse count, high pulse count, so that we can standardize, okay, which pulse is suitable for which organisms or which group of organisms. So we also have some environmental flow parameters for that, and we can also use that to analyze, to link specific flow with specific organism or a group of organisms. But we have not done this at this point of time. We have just restricted to the IHA. And yes, so now, so in that way, we can conclude that, of course, the proposed method, I think we have tried it for the very first time in Indian condition, that we can use both. This proposed method is a way to simulate both the biophysical constant. Biophysical constant is naturally what we have and what we modified already simultaneously in a landscape, to understand like how these anthropogenic modifications, they can impact the river flow regime. And of course, with the help of indicators of hydrological alterations, we can understand the degree of alterations. So now when we understand these two things, we can go and act forward, like, okay, what kind of environmental flow management that we need, what kind of, so once we are set up with the environmental flow, then we can go for calculating what kind of, how much water is needed for which services. Say for regulating services, how much water is needed, because now we are focused only on the provisioning services. Then we can say like, okay, this much of water is needed for provisioning services, or this much of water is needed for the supporting services, and also for the cultural services, because we also have like certain pockets, certain stakeholders whose life are dependent on the river. We also have to take care of them. So that's how we can, in river basin management or in river basin planning, we can use those kinds of indicators to make sure that, okay, like everybody, all the stakeholders should have equal rights on the river. And and also we concluded that the size of the river and type of the river, that definitely impact the flow, the river flow regime. And also the impact on the base flow and the date of minimum flow was also like high. So this is all about the river, and still our research is not finished yet. So now we have we concluded, the first part is completed, which is the biophysical constants. Now we are working on looking into the social constant, like, okay, now we have limited amount of water, so how we can make a balance between both, the provisioning services and the regulating services, which is our next part of our research, which means I'm still doing, means we have not finished yet. So we will see, like, okay, how much water is required to maintain the environmental flow, or to maintain this regulating and supporting services. So it's more about finding a balance between because it's not possible, to remove all the dams. When that is next impossible thing. So we have to find a way out that how we can balance these two systems, the ecosystem services. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, then we can take it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eka and Dr. Pandey. It's really a very interesting topic and a very interesting presentation. The dams are a very needed aspect for us. But like you said, how do we balance between the need and how it influences our system as a whole? So we have a couple of questions for you. First one is from our admin account. Other than getting serviced from rivers, how the river ecosystem is assessed for its conservation and management for the well-being of ecological components?
Yes. So we have a full-fledged ecosystem service assessment where we assess like case by case any ecosystem. Like, it's not only like confined to rivers, but also to any other ecosystem. Say if you want to take the forest, if you want to say like a sanctuary, or I'll say floodplains. So we have a full methods to assess those ecosystem services, and so we call it like ecosystem assessment methods. So using those methods, we can do it for like case by case. So the first step consists of like identifying those services. So it's just like, for example, for the case of Cavalry, like when I was doing the literature survey, when we did the field survey, then we came to know that, okay, there is a kind of fish sanctuary, we call it fish sanctuary, which is located on the bank of river. So that is also a very, which is important from an ecological aspect and also important from a cultural aspect. So now we can say like, okay, how much water is required to conserve, or say what kind of management is required to conserve that kind of, that particular service. So the first step is to identify, and then we can go for the methods. And so we also have other methods. If you talk about, then we have economic valuation method, where we try to give some price to those kinds of services. We also have cost benefit method. We have replacement cost method. What if we replace this, and if we so for example, say the tree, they provide oxygen. But what if we have to buy the same amount of oxygen produced by the tree from the market? So then the price would be like really high that no one can afford. So then we say like, okay, this is how we are trying to like sensitize people about the value of natural resources. I think is.
I hope, I guess you answered that very nicely. There is a related question, I guess, from Dr. Vishwanathan. So could you please explain the empirical strategy adopted to make the assessment of ecosystem services in a spatial and temporal scale, and also involving the communities or stakeholders are benefited or impacted by the river basins?
So right now, we are not incorporating the stakeholders. But yes, we are working on a spatial scale, of course. Yes, that's why we have taken. That's why we have taken the the sub basin, the upstream and the downstream. So right now we are focusing only on the biophysical constraints like the rainfall, the river flow, and which is not related to which has nothing to do with the human beings at least at this point of time. But of course, stakeholders are also important. And if you really want to make like a real ecosystem service assessment, then definitely stakeholders should come in, and stakeholders will come in such a way. For example, if we make, say, for example, so the second thing that I'm doing is that, okay, what if we make a balance between, like, food production, when we use water for the production and also we use water for the environmental flow, then the same amount of water we will get a production possibility frontiers. And so now the production possibility frontiers, and then in that production possibility frontiers, we can take the information from the stakeholders, like what exactly you want. What do you want? Do you want food production, or you want environmental flows? And based on that, we can try to optimize, like what should be beneficial for all the stakeholders. Of course, it's like a bit difficult task, but we have to take a step.
Thank you for that. We have a technical question also from Dr. Alka Singh.
Yeah.
At what scale flex topo model can be used? It's a three-part question actually. Is it a regional or a global model?
Maybe
yeah,
Anjana, maybe I can answer that.
Yeah, sure.
Other use.
Yeah, maybe I can answer it really quick. So so flex topo comes from TU Delft. At what scale? At least temporal daily, one can model processes. So it's a semi-distributed model, mostly used at catchment scale. So I don't know if it answers your questions. It's definitely not a global model, but I don't see why not. You can use it for various catchments at global scale. So I hope this answers Alka's question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess Dr. Alka can contact you further if she has more to discuss about this topic. I have a question myself on this. So when you talked about the distributed model system, different aspects of, or there were different structures that you were talking about. So when you remove one reservoir from this system, how does the structure get modified? Because where you showed there was an upstream gauge and a downstream gauge with respect to a particular reservoir. So when that reservoir goes out of the picture, what happens to that structure?
So we assume the landscape classification remains the same, except that if a reservoir was serving a command area downstream, that command area, we assume, converts to a rainfed. So it's no longer irrigated area, but rainfed. Okay. But other than that, we assume the landscape classification remains the same. So essentially the structure remains the same.
Remains the same. Okay, but will it
distribution of structures?
Yeah, in the real life situation, that will be a great approximation, right? When if a reservoir is not there, land use pattern will definitely change. Am I not right?
Yes, I'll let Anjana answer that.
Yes, definitely. So if there won't be any reservoir, then there won't be any command area, and if there won't be any command area, that means like there won't be much water for the agricultural crops. So what will the people will depend on only on the rainfall. So mostly like since I have been studying the cropping pattern of Cavalry as well, so now I could see that many people, like especially in the command area, they are going for horticultural crops, which is all the year round. But growing those kinds of horticultural crop, it's like vegetables and even fruits. They're growing fruits, and they're growing sugarcane. Sugarcane is an annual crop, so it's not possible to grow sugarcane. Then they will go for growing kharif crop. And also I think in Cavalry Basin they are taking like 2 and 3 crops of paddy, which is possible only because they have canal irrigation, which is coming from the reservoir. In that case, it would be not possible for them to take the the second and the third crop. So definitely the cropping pattern will change.
Yeah,
for sure.
And so for a modeling exercise, when we remove and Anjana, please pitch in.
Yeah.
Please correct me. When we remove the reservoir, the change that we consider is that the command area is no longer there. So irrigated crops are replaced by rain-fed crops in that area.
Yes. Yeah.
But the crop type remains the same, I believe. I maybe Anjana can pitch in how that transition is modeled. So we do bring in water use change. If we change in water use, the way you use water when you remove a reservoir, so how water is transferred, we do bring that in, and to a certain extent how it affects the evaporation flux, how things are evaporating at different points in the catchment. But it's not as cross specific as we would like. And Anjana, maybe you can close this based on what you think.
Yeah. So yes, so when we are taking for the no reservoir case, so we assume that when there will be no reservoir, but the crop will not change, because whatever they are growing in Kharif, like in the rainy season, they will grow whatever it is. But for the Rabi and the summer season, where there is no water, then it's not possible to take any crop. So even in rain-fed conditions, they will go for just one crop and not the second and the third crop. So the cropping intensity will change. The irrigated area will also change. So that we have taken into consideration when we are running the model with no reservoir scenario.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's great, and it's a very wonderful work, and I feel that there are a lot of potential applications for such a
yes,
study.
definitely, yeah. And that is one of the reason for the fight between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, because the Kuruvar crop that is grown in the southern part of India, like in the lower Cavalry Basin, they are not getting enough crop, like during summers to grow that crop, and that's why they want Karnataka to release more water, towards the downstream, and that is the main case for this conflict. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
once
so
again.
much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We have, following this excellent presentation, we have our next speaker with us. Before that, please accept the speaker certificate to Dr. Pandey and Ms. Eka on our behalf. Next, we have Dr. Soundararajan. Dr. Soundararajan is an associate professor at the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Coimbatore, and his expertise is in the analysis, planning, and management of water resource systems to develop reservoir management and planning tools. He received his PhD in Water Resources Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and moved to the United Kingdom to take up a postdoctoral position at the Heriot-Watt University, Edinburgh, to work in a UK-India collaborative research project funded by NERC UK and MOES India. Dr. Soundararajan also worked as a scientist at the International Water Management Institute and as adjunct faculty at Washington State University. His research focus also includes understanding the climate change impacts on water resources availability and development of mitigation measures through operating policies for water supply reservoirs, developing optimal irrigation scheduling using crop simulation models. Welcome, Dr. Soundararajan, to deliver your top presentation today on groundwater level changes in India, trends and non-stationarity. Let me hand over the session to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just sharing my screen. The screen visible to you?
Yes, sir. Screen is visible.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to present on groundwater level changes in India. It's a macro level study and trends and non-stationarity. This is one of my BTech students' work. Aditya Moganavelu was a student here at Amrita, and then he completed his BTech in civil engineering, and now he moved to IHV Delft to do his master's under Erasmus program. Sorry. So groundwater is one of the world's largest accessible freshwater resources, and is also one of the major source for meeting various water needs, for example, drinking, agriculture, and industrial needs. If you take in India, over the past few decades, the depletion rate of groundwater has been observed to be increasing rapidly due to intense pumping to meet various needs, especially the agricultural demand has been increased. So at the same time, there is also some reduction in the surface water resources availability, and also due to climate change issues during the drought situations, people are extracting more amount of groundwater. So in this control, we try to assess the understand the comprehensively what is happening in the groundwater reserves and the groundwater storage over the entire country level. That's what we have tried here. So if you look at it, and then groundwater usage in India, so we are one of the largest groundwater users globally. So our pumping rate is around 230 kilometer cube per year, which is more than 25% of world's groundwater pumping. So this water is mainly used for irrigated agriculture. Nearly 88% of irrigated agriculture depends on the groundwater sources. And also 85% of domestic water supply also depends on groundwater sources. As of 2012 World Bank report, so nearly 9% of aquifers are already in semi-critical or critical or overexploited region. In the next 20 years, if this current level of pumping is continued, then more than 60% aquifer will be in a very critical condition. So this is based on current level of pumping rate. This is what we are, this is the level of pumping we are using it. So in this study, we got number of observation well data from Central Groundwater Board. So based on physiographic, geomorphologic, and hydrological conditions, we get divided the entire country into 7 regions. You can see all the 7 regions which are covering states or parts are given here. You can also see the map where the corresponding areas are manufactured here. For example, northern Himalayan states covering the Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, and Uttarakhand. The values there within brackets shows the number of observation wells data available from Central Groundwater Board. You can see that there are different regions have different number of observation wells, and also it is covering different regions. Okay, if you see that map, and then Jammu or Kashmir area, it's only blank, so there is no data available for that region, as well as some region in the, if you see the extreme northeast, so that region also there is no representative observation wells. So those regions were kept then as white. So if you look at it, what frequency we are collecting the data. So in total, around 28,000 well locations in the entire country. So in a year, we will be getting 4 data points. One during the pre-monsoon, maybe during one data from April to June, we will be getting that. And then during monsoon season, we will be getting 1 data, and then post-monsoon Kharif and post-monsoon Rabi, we'll be getting 1 data each. So in a year, we will be getting 4 data from each observation well. But again, if you look at it, actual data availability, you can see that these are the data density for different seasons. The first graph map shows the pre-monsoon season. Next one is monsoon. Third one is post-monsoon Kharif, and the 4th one is post-monsoon Rabi. You can see that most of the observation wells, we are not getting the complete data. So the red spots shows that the data availability is between 0 to 20%. So The peach one is between 20 to 40, and then the light yellow is 40 to 60, and then gray is 60 to 80, and blue is 80 to 100. So you can see that in the southernmost part, and then the west coast part of west coast, again in the central India, we are having a good amount of data. So in other regions, we are not having good amount of data. Maybe you can also see that there the data coverage is 0 to 20%, even though we have observation wells, but we don't have the data or continuous data. For different season, you can check. But with this only, we have to do all the analysis. So if we take up any groundwater system, groundwater systems are very complex as well as non-linear and random, and also they are non-stationary. So here, stationarity in the sense, if you take, if you assess the statistical property of the data at different times, they are almost same if it is stationary. If non-stationary means they won't be same. So we have to predict them each time one by one, every time. That won't be the same when you are measuring it again and that's right. But when it comes to the groundwater level, it's slightly different from the groundwater system itself. So the groundwater levels are often relatively stationary because the changes are very slow there, but respond to internal and external nonlinear dynamics. So the groundwater generally responds to variability in hydrological conditions, surface water hydrological conditions, very slowly compared to surface water components in the water storage cycle or hydrological cycle. So, but insufficiency in the data or the modeling efficiencies, leading use of statistical approaches that assumes that the variables that govern the behavior of hydrological systems are stationary in time series. That's the assumption we made. But recent studies suggest that groundwater fluctuation are even affected by interannual as well as multi-decadal atmospheric oceanic systems. So most of the time we consider the groundwater system as stationary thing, but we can also see that most of the time this is non-stationary. It shows the behavior is non-stationary. So here the four maps shows the decadal mean groundwater level. That means groundwater level is nothing but depth to the groundwater table from the ground surface. So we have studied the decadal mean in two time periods. One is 1996 to 2006 period. That is what's shown here. And also we have studied 2007 to 2016, the another next decade. In the first decade, during the monsoon season, you can see that groundwater level in the majority of the wells throughout India was generally less than 15 meters. So you can see the legend at the bottom. So if you see the southern peninsula states, there the range is 5.75 to 15 meters. You want to see that is 5.1 to 15. You see the northern, the northwestern parts, you can see that it is very high there. So the range is, you can see even more than 30 meters, some regions more than 50 to 100 meters, even regions with 100 to 200 meters also there. So this is how groundwater table level is changing during different seasons. But again, the values are decadal mean value. Doesn't show that any given point are the instantaneous values, so that the values are even averaged. So similarly, if you see that the seasonal groundwater anomalies, this we have estimated using groundwater level data observed during pre-monsoon, monsoon, and post-monsoon, again Kharif and Rabi seasons. And the data we have used is 1996 to 2017, nearly 22 years data. Here the groundwater level represents the depth to groundwater table from the surface. And then we have done the non-parametric band content test and the yields and slope values. The yields and slope values are given here. So you can see that there are 7 variations. So if it is a very highly increasing means, then the change is more than 30 centimeter to 100 centimeter per year. If it is highly increasing means 5 to 30 centimeter per year, and increasing means 3 to 5 centimeter, and no significant changes, plus or minus 3 centimeter per year. The decreasing also very similar to that. If it is decreasing means decreasing 3 to 5 centimeter per year. This is on an average per year. And then highly decreasing means decreasing 5 to 30 centimeter per year, and then very highly decreasing means decreasing more than 30 centimeter per year, up to 100 centimeter, that's 1 meter. So you can see that how this is changing with time. So the analysis were carried out using 2 data sets based on the length of data availability, as I mentioned before. So the trend analysis using 10-year data as well as 20-year data also we have used, because so when we want to use 20-year data, because of the data availability, we have to discard many observation wells. Because to avoid that, we have chosen 10-year data. So the overall change in groundwater level ranges divided into 7 classes here. So combining the results of the groundwater trend anomalies during different seasons, the depletion of groundwater table were observed in about 53 to 60% of the wells, and then increasing trend also we observed in nearly 39% of the wells. Okay, so this is interesting stuff here. So, but the Mount-Kendall trend, it was showing nearly 67% of the wells is showing the decreasing trend in most of the seasons. So though we have seen the trends in the groundwater level, we need to understand that groundwater is also a highly variable and depends on other hydrometeorological factors such as precipitation, runoff, temperature, etc. So it's not a great way to think that groundwater table behaves according to the predicted trend using previously observed values. So to understand this better, we have to take the actual groundwater level in the post-monsoon season and the pre-monsoon season for the entire India in some intervals. Here we have chosen the 5-year interval. So the first map we created is 1996. This is again the pre-monsoon season. Second one is 2001 and 2006, 2011 and 2016. I'm not sure whether the legends are visible, clearly visible. But here also we used almost same range, 0 to 1, then 2.1 to 5, and 0 to 1 and 1.1 to 2.1 to 5. You can see the legend, it's varying up to from 0 to going maximum is more than 125 meters. The extreme is red. You cannot see. You can see that those values only 96, and then you can next value probably in 2016. So these are the years you can see the extreme value. So this shows how the actual groundwater level is changing at different intervals. You can see the changes, especially in the western part, in the Rajasthan region. You can see that in 1996, the groundwater table is close to more than 75 meters below. But in 2001, that you couldn't see that one. But and again, those spots you can see few places in 2016. But in 2006 and 2009, if you compare it, and then it's in the Uttarakhand, it's in the Jammu and Kashmir, and I think this is the Punjab region. You can see that there is a clear decrease in the groundwater table. It's ranging from 0 to 1 to it's going up to maybe 30 meters. So that yellow patches are increasing from 2000, comparing 2006 and 2011. And also in the northern side, in 2016, that groundwater table level is significantly improved. So after doing this macro level study, we also studied a number of cities, how the groundwater levels are changing over time. So according to the Niti Aayog report, they use the index called Combined Water Management Index, CWMI. So the presently, so many places are facing acute water crisis. Nearly, they mentioned that 21 Indian cities, including the metro cities like Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad, are at a risk of running out of groundwater. Even they mentioned that 2020. But again, 40% of India's population is possibly would have no access to sufficient amount of drinking water in the next 10 to 15 years. This is also one of the alarming things provided by the Niti Aayog. So therefore, we have to select certain measures for the urban water as well. So we have chosen 7 cities. All the 7 cities are densely populated, rapidly growing Indian cities from different geographic regions to estimate the overall groundwater health in these urban centers. So again, here also we perform the various statistical analysis to determine the trends in the storage variations, non-stationarity of the groundwater systems, and the effect of land use, land cover changes on groundwater storage in these selected cities. We also evaluated the overall groundwater quality, but that's not presented here. So you can see that locations of the different cities, 7 cities. So we have chosen the cities based on population is more than 1 million based on the 2011 census. And they are all secondary cities or tier 2 cities. And then the decadal population growth rate is greater than 15% between 2001 and 2011 census data. And then high gross domestic product and economic growth rate. And then population density. And then all these cities also shortlisted under smart cities, national smart city missions. Okay. So these are the criteria we have kept for selecting these cities. Again, we collected the groundwater level, but quality data also we collected, but it's not present. We are not presenting here. And then again for the 4 seasons data only we got it from the Central Groundwater Board. And also they are having 70 water quality parameters data also they are having it, but as I mentioned earlier, that is not presented here. So you can see here all the 7 cities groundwater storage trend, how that is changing on an average changes per year. And then you can also see the left side figure, the groundwater storage trend as a seasonal. This is for all the 7 cities together. Okay. So the storage trends shown here are based on the Thiel-Set slope estimates, which takes the median slope from combination of slopes. This is very important to note. In any regions, especially with the declining storage. So the actual declining rate could be very different or very high from what you are seeing here. But this is, again, combination of different slope estimates for different years. Okay. So if we found that groundwater storage varies between plus or minus 10 centimeters per year, you can see in the left-hand side figure, you can see that the blue line that indicates that is a 10 centimeter. Okay. All the 4 seasons, so this is the on average, the change is only plus or minus 10 centimeters per year. But we also found that higher decreasing and lower increasing storage pattern in August. compared to other months of observed and high increasing storage trend in May. So the May is supposed to be the peak summer in India, and so we lose a lot of water through evapotranspiration losses, and we also get very less amount of rainfall during this time. So we observed very similar storage trends during all the 4 months of the study. You can see that January, May, August, November, which suggests that there is a very little correlation between seasonality and storage trends in the selected cities. A high magnitude of declining storage in August can be from increased pumping for the major cropping season, even though we are taking the urban area, but again, these things are, some of the observation wells are located in the surrounding areas where agriculture is predominant. That could be the one reason. So this suggests that growing cities in India still depend on agricultural activities for its socioeconomic growth. We observed very high decrease or increasing storage, that means greater than or within the range 25 to 100 centimeters per year throughout the season from January to November. So this could be from climate change or high anthropogenic activities as well. So this is the combined data for all the 7 cities. Here you can see the seasonal split up of groundwater storage trend in the selected cities. In the left side one, and then you can see the right side one, the city-wise split up of groundwater storage trend. You can see that there the y-axis is the percentage of wells. So the increasing storage is, you can see that almost all the 4 seasons, nearly 44% of the wells showing increasing storage trend. And in November it is 46, and then no significant changes shown in around 15 to 21%. A decreasing trend is shown by, again, 36 to 41% of the wells across the seasons. But you can also see how this is varying with the different cities. In Rajkot, you can see the increasing trend is the highest, that is 73%. Here, we didn't check how much increase. I mean, that means that increase is more than 3 centimeters per year on an average. So that is considered as increasing trend. So similarly, you can see that in Allahabad, the decreasing trend is observed in 61% of the lands. So this is what we could come up with in the macro level studies. And here you can see that extreme groundwater storage trends in the selected city. This is percentage of wells. You can see that this is only up to the 7%, up to the 6% only it's there. So the increasing storage is greater than 50 centimeters per year. That is, you can see that 2 to 3 wells, 2 to 3%. And then on the contrary, you can see that decreasing storage is greater than 50 centimeters. You can see again 1% in only the May, August, and November season. So we determine the significance of increasing and decreasing storage trend using the modified Mont-Kendall test. So based on the results, we found that around 60 to 80% of the wells in the selected cities has significant trend, either increasing or decreasing, especially for all the months. And if you take August, it's nearly 81%. So similarly, we also observed at city level, only one city, you can see that in Solapur, followed by the Tiruchirappalli. That is, that's the highest Mont-Kendall trend significance. So the non-stationarity in hydrological time series is generally used to denote climate change caused by low frequency climate variability and anthropogenic changes, which affects water cycle and storage. See, in the analysis, we found that non-stationarity to vary between around 80 to 95% of the wells between January to November. And we found non-stationarity in 99% of the wells in certain regions. For example, In Rajkot region, nearly 99% of the wells showing the non-stationary. This is the highest. And also we found that non-stationary to be the least in some places like Jodhpur, but this is also relatively high. Nearly 71% of the wells were showing non-stationary. So from these results, we can clearly understand that majority of the wells, so in fast-growing cities, are affected by climate change, which creates high uncertainty in predicting the behavior of groundwater systems in these regions. So again, we can also see that there is no non-stationary as well as the mercantile significance of the wells in regions of highly decreasing groundwater storage, which can be proactively inferred from like regions like Jodhpur. There is no trend we can find out. So next we have seen the land use, land cover changes on groundwater storage. So we have used the land use, land cover analysis from the Modi's image from 2001 and 2018. Yes, you can see the 2001 and 2018 images there, and the third row shows the land use change from comparing these two. So all the selected cities, the land use, land cover change were mainly observed in the conversion of vegetation to grasslands and croplands. But unlike mega cities and again large metropolitan cities where the growth of the urban area is very high in the outskirts of the city, and the case study cities, so we found that there is no significant expansion of urban area outside the pre-existing urban boundary. So which also implies that all the infrastructure developments and major economic activities are carried out without reducing, without changing much of the green cover. And the next thing is then groundwater storage, how this change or what changes we have observed in the spatio-temporal variable. Since the groundwater storage depends on the various variables such as geophysical characteristics, again other hydrology, aquifer properties, etc., the response of groundwater systems are generally high spatio-temporal variability in its occurrence, which makes it hard to predict. So we analyze the changes in the spatial distribution of groundwater storage during 2000 and 2018. Yes, this is 2018. And found a high spatial temporal variation in groundwater storage, especially in the cities with the high decreasing and increasing storage trends. So this, the summary points are, we have seen that there is a significant regions throughout the India are showing the rapidly decreasing groundwater storage trend. So what is needed here is we need to develop water management measures to control the over-exploitation of these precious resource. And also we can see that the groundwater storage in the selected 7 cities in the range is plus or minus 10 centimeters per year. The change is only 10 plus or minus 10% on an average. This is again decadal change. Again, the highest mercantile trend significance was observed during the month of August, which is about 60 to 80% of the wells throughout all the seasons have MK significance. So the non-stationarity was observed in majority of the wells throughout all the seasons. Again, non-stationarity as well as mercantile significance was absent in wells with a higher magnitude of declining soil. This is only one place we have seen, that is in Jodhpur. But it's really typical outcome. So again, based on land use land cover change analysis, there is a high correlation between cropping area change and decreasing groundwater than with the changes in the urban area because of agricultural activity. Still, this is an ongoing work. We are still working on the water quality aspects. And thank you very much. And any questions, then I will answer.
Thank you, Dr. Soundarajan. It's a very interesting and very useful kind of study when we understand how the groundwater varies, especially in the urban areas. So because of the time constraints, let us take one question here. And participants, please, you can ask your questions in the Q&A box or the chat box, which will be visible to the speaker also. So let me share one question here, sir. May I know how do we analyze trend from box plots?
So in the box plot, maybe I will go to the slide. Yeah. So this is the. So we have observed that we have seen the decadal change in the groundwater table values or depth to the groundwater that values. So that we have arranged. We have found the mean and standard deviation of all the observation wells from the 7 urban areas. So that we have plotted here that the quartiles are 5 and 95%.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Please accept our token of appreciation in the form of the certificate presented to you here.
Thank you.
Let me invite our next speaker of the day, Professor Mark Mulligan, who is a professor of Physical and Environmental Geography at King's College London and honorary fellow of UN Environment World Conservation Monitoring Center. He has worked with a large team of PhD students on a variety of topics in the areas of environmental spatial policy support, ecosystem service modeling, and understanding environmental change. This research is at scales from local to global and with a particular emphasis on tropical forests in Latin America and semi-arid drylands in the Mediterranean and Africa. He is a developer of a range of open data sets at geodatapolicysupport.org and open access web-based spatial policy support systems at www.policysupport.org. These include hydroclimatic and land cover datasets and the Water World Hydrological and Coasting Nature Ecosystem Services modeling tools. His research involves fieldwork around the world, and he is also developer of a range of open source web-connected instruments for environmental monitoring through the Free Station and Free Sensor initiatives. A warm welcome to you, Professor. Let me hand over the session to you now.
Thank you very much also for the kind introduction. I will just share my screen with you now. This one. And I hope that you can see that. As was indicated, I'm going to speak with you today about democratizing access to water data through 2 tools that we have developed over many years, Free Station, which is about open access monitoring technology, and Water World, which is about open access modeling technology. So I think it's clear, many have said that if you can't measure it, then you can't manage it, and that's particularly the case for water. And the challenge really is that some types of hydrological data are becoming more expensive and less available. Other types are becoming more available, in particular remote sensing, but on-the-ground data is more and more expensive and less available. I'm going to talk to you about that problem. I'm going to talk to you about one of many potential solutions to that, Free Station project, with some example deployments focused on natural flood management. So, the impacts of storage of water on the capacity to relieve flooding downstream. And then I'm going to show you some examples from Water World Air, globally applicable, locally relevant spatial hydrological modeling tool that links with those kinds of monitoring data. So as I mentioned, ground-based monitoring infrastructure is declining globally at exactly the time when we really need it to at least be stable or increase. And we can see that in these diagrams here, which show the number of rainfall stations that are suitable for inclusion in climate model analyses, and whichever continent you're looking at, there has been a gradual decline in these over time, and that reflects, the nature of public sector funding in these days, and it reflects the expense of both personnel and equipment for ground-based monitoring. And it partly reflects a reliance, some might say an over-reliance on remote sensing, which of course, Earth observation can measure some of the hydrological properties we're interested in, but by no means all. However, at the same time, the technological barriers to designing and building your own hardware are falling. It's no longer the case that you necessarily have to spend a lot of money with an organization of which there are very few that makes specialist equipment. Increasingly, you can make your own with 3D printing, with low-cost microprocessors, and so on. And FreeStation is one of many projects that helps people to do this, environmental monitoring with open source DIY hardware. It's been going since 2014, so it's a mature project, and you can build weather stations or a wide variety of hydrological instrumentation for around 3% the cost of a commercial alternative. And this is important because the world is very variable, and the more samples you have, the more, for example, weather stations you have in a catchment, the better the representation of the hydrology of that catchment that you're going to have. So, at 3% the park cost, you can have 33 stations instead of 1. Many of these are web connected, and that helps in sort of management of large data sets and model integration. And there are many low-cost sensing projects. FreeStation is only one of them. It's a mature project, and it's also designed for geography students. In other words, it's designed for geographers, not engineers. You don't need to be a specialist to be able to build these. We have a wide variety of instruments. They're all good enough for the job, as I'll show you later. They're designed with consumer off-the-shelf and thus cheap components. All the parts in all of our hydrological equipment are replaceable, and a given monitoring station can be reconfigured to another type of station just by pulling bits out and putting other bits in. They're easy to build, they're easy to ship, they're easy to install, and they are robust. We've tested them in a wide range of environments. As I say, some are network enabled, either through Wi-Fi connections or through GSM, and that helps a lot with data management, but also with reducing field work or field visit costs. You only need to go when you see there's a problem with one of the stations. The designs are open source, and we've also built web-based technology for visualization management and analysis of incoming data. Now, low cost does not necessarily mean low accuracy, precision, or quality. Low cost means that we're using non-specialist consumer mass-produced parts, which can be very high quality, and of course you're using your own labor in order to put them together. And this slide just gives lots of numbers, and we're not going to go through them in detail, but they're on the accuracy and precision of stations FreeStations compared with commercial equivalents. And you can see from the headlines at the end that, when it comes to temperature, we're within half a degree, humidity, we're within a few percent, stage, we're within a centimeter, and so on. They are both repeatable and they are accurate in measurement, and we've got lots of data like this. There are a range of designs that we have open sourced. First generation FreeStations were based on the Arduino microprocessor, which you may know, a very low cost microprocessor, just a few dollars. capable of data logging and controlling and reading a variety of sensors. Our second generation stations are internet connected, and they're based on slightly more expensive microprocessor called the particle that can either be Wi-Fi enabled. In other words, it will connect to a handheld device so that you can go to the station and read off the data on your handheld device and take it home. And they're called local stations, or it can be a live station connecting to the phone network and sending data as frequently as you wish. I show a range of sensors here. This is our stage sensor. These are weather stations. This is a soil moisture station, and you know, this is what they look like. But there's a wide range of other things, as you can see here. This is a stage sensor again. This one is in fact a LiDAR for measuring profiles of channels and so on. All of these cost you know, a few tens of pounds to build. This is our classroom demonstration kit. This one, weather station, soil moisture station, and rainfall, and so on. We build or make these designs to be high quality and to ensure that we're measuring as accurately as possible. One of our most frequently built models is this here. This is a stage sensor. It measures the amount of water in a river or stream by measuring the height of the water. In fact, what it measures is the distance from the sensor to the water surface, and it does that with a very low cost parking sensor. Right? These are mass produced, so they're very cheap and they're very accurate in this configuration. And so in this case, we're looking at a natural flood management intervention to reduce flooding downstream, and with a measurement of profile and continuous measurement of the height of the water on both sides here, we can estimate the volume storage. Here's a few other devices, again, stage sensors of various types. This one is rainfall, water depth, and turbidity. This one is measuring flow velocity in a small channel. And of course, we can measure cross-sectional areas using the LiDAR that I showed earlier. So we have a wide range of deployments of these devices, either that we have built or that others have built in the countries that you see here, measuring a wide range of different things, hydrological and otherwise. Around 500 of these stations have been built so far, about 200 of the Arduino models, and more than 300 of the Generation 2. And you can see that they've collected around 30 million data points per year since 2019. I'm going to give you a quick example of how we use these stations and how we use them alongside WaterWorld, the spatial hydrological model that I was talking about. And this example focuses on agriculture, on what we call conservation or regenerative agriculture. So I'll say a little bit about what that means. We all know that ploughing is an established technology, generally for weed control. However, its long-term use has serious impacts on soil organic matter. When you turn over the soil and you bring the organic matter to the surface, then fairly soon that organic matter starts to combine with oxygen, produce carbon dioxide. You get less organic matter in your soil, you get more organic matter in the atmosphere, and that's not good for the soil. Organic matter is an important component of soil, both for its biology and for its hydrology. So ploughing has impacts on the amount of organic matter, on the structure of the soil, on the soil biota, and thus on infiltration rates and soil water storage volumes. And in landscapes where there is a lot of ploughing, or soils have been ploughed year after year, then we end up with situations like this where water rarely enters the soil very quickly, and thus when you have a heavy rainfall event, the whole landscape generates runoff, and that can have serious impacts downstream, both for flooding of infrastructure, but also for the production and transport of sediment, which can fill dams and cause serious problems in rivers too. Regenerative agriculture is the process by which farmers reduce, or in certain cases completely stop, their use of the plough, and this is done either by planting weed-resistant crops, or by multi-cropping, or by controlling weeds through other techniques. And this reduction of the intensity of ploughing or the frequency of ploughing helps the soil to regenerate in terms of organic matter, particularly combined with other techniques, bringing animals back on the farm, leaving cover crops in place, and so on. So regenerative agriculture can significantly increase soil storage for water, and thus the ability of land to help manage flood and drought risk locally and downstream. And since regenerative agriculture can be implemented over large areas, because farmland occurs over large areas, it can have a very significant impact on flooding and on hydrological sustainability locally and downstream. It can also be, regenerative agriculture, cheaper for the farmer because you require less equipment, less fuel, and so on. But there are, as always, trade-offs, and certainly in the first couple of years of transition, there are costs and risks associated with it. But it's something that is taking off in various parts of the world as one means of addressing the current lack of sustainability in farming. So we've used free stations to look at a whole range of farms in the UK and beyond, where we usually have a regenerative agriculture field, this one here, and then we have a field next door, which is on the same soil, same geology, same climate, but is not under regenerative agriculture, so it is being ploughed. We bury a wide range of sensors in the soil, monitoring temperature, infiltration, soil moisture, and so on. And these are powered by these free stations, so we can build very many of them. They are connected to the GSM network, so they continuously measure data every 10 minutes and send that data to us. We're therefore able to distribute these over many farms to get a good idea of the variability of behavior and response across soils. And that's important because not every soil is the same. And since the data is sent to us every hour, we can keep an eye on these. And if we start to see problems, then of course we can go out and sort them out without too much trouble. And what we generally see from these deployments, and here's an example, we have two fields. We have a conservation or regenerative agriculture field here. We have the neighboring field that's not under regenerative agriculture. We have a rainfall event. This is in May. And you can see that the field under regenerative agriculture, if we look at the soil moisture profile of that field, the rainfall infiltrates because we see a significant peak in soil moisture, and then it slowly drains away that water into the ground and away. So that's good both for the reduction of flooding because we get this initial storage of water, and it's good for the maintenance of base flow and groundwater levels because the water is then infiltrating into the groundwater. In the non-regenerative agriculture field, we have the same rainfall event, but as you see, we have zero infiltration or very little infiltration, a very small response. The soil is very compact, you can already see that, and is not very porous as a result of the plough pan at the base of the plough and as a result of the reduction in organic matter. And so we have quite a different response. And this, if you're talking about large fields, this difference in soil moisture here can have a significant impact at the river scale in the volumes of water that a river has to cope with. However, as I mentioned, we've done multiple deployments of these, and it's a real challenge because not every soil behaves in that rather classic way. Here's again a conservation agriculture and a neighboring not conservation agriculture field, series of rainfall events, and there's not a great deal of difference between the behavior of these two fields. Now, in fairness, this has only been under conservation agriculture for 3 years, whereas the previous one for much longer. And so it may just be a case of requiring time for there to be significant impact on the hydrology. But certainly there is variability between sites. And being able to produce low cost multiple sensors is helpful there. So if you are interested in, in setting up your own monitoring system, this is how you do it with FreeStation. The only thing we have really produced is a printed circuit board, this thing here. Everything else you buy on the open market. These are all low-cost microprocessors, SD card, real-time clock, a small screen called an OLED, and then various ports and sensors and batteries. We then tell you how to put all this together to create a data logger on this printed circuit board, and tell you how to build an enclosure for that data logger and to attach sensors and to deploy those through instructions. What can you build? Well, you can build weather stations that measure a wide range of things: rain, fog, wind and rain, temperature, humidity, solar radiation, etc. You can look at soil moisture, you can look at water quality, you can look at the height of rivers and flow, and then a wide variety of other types of sensors are also available. How do you start? Well, you go to our building page, freestation.org building, and it takes you through in instructions like this, what to do in which order in order to build what you need to build. And you need to think about the sensor, the microcontroller, the data storage, uploading the firmware, which is the software that controls the device, batteries, housing, and then of course switching the thing on and connecting it to the internet. What do you need? You don't need a lot. They're designed to be built by geography students, as I said, so you just need a few tools and a bench, steady hands, safety gloves. You need to be able to follow the instructions, and you need to be able to problem solve by taking things apart when you built it and it doesn't work, and working out where the problem is. What have you put in the wrong way round, or where is your short circuit, etc. Once you have built a station, it starts sending data either through a handheld device or directly through the internet, and that comes into an online platform which we call Smart, that looks like this, that allows you to visualize that data, download that data, and conduct various analyses, data management. It integrates with spatial models like Waterworld, and it has what's called an API that allows it to be accessed by other tools. And here's one example using data from a regenerative agriculture experiment. Here we're using one of the analytical functions of Smart, which allows us to scale up, having data from two sensors, one in regenerative agriculture and the other in a neighboring field. You can fill in a couple of boxes which ask you the addresses of these sensors, the area of land under conservation agriculture, and will calculate for you, the cubic meters or cubic kilometers of extra storage that you're getting from that intervention by reading data directly from the two stations over the period that they have been deployed, and by combining that with these information that you add. So how does that relate with modeling? Well, monitoring is important, and monitoring can give you information on things that you can't model, or at least at scales that are too fine for modeling. But as you scale up and as you become more, let's say, policy relevant, then modeling becomes important, as we've already heard today, as does remote sensing. Waterworld is a global water resources, water risk, and hydrological ecosystem services model. It's been on the web since 2007, and it's been a model since 1998. It looks at the impacts of land use, land and water management, and climate change on water, spatially at scales of 1 kilometer at the basin or national scale, 1 hectare locally and 10 kilometers if you're running global analyses. Of course, it's heavily dependent upon remote sensing data, but it also does link with these free stations. And it's an attempt at what we now call environmental intelligence, where we identify problems in the environment, we bring data together from a wide variety of resources, remote sensing, local data, global crowdsourced databases. We combine that with analytics and models, and we end up able to inform policy, regulation, or investment to improve on the environmental situation that we see. And so, WaterWorld is a detailed, sophisticated, process-based model. The key thing about it, compared with any other model, is that all the required data are supplied for its use anywhere globally, because it's all based on global data sets. And of course, if you want to validate it, then you've got to combine it with monitoring. That's what FreeStation is about. But to parameterize it, all the data already there. It's web-based, it's fast, it has all of these scenarios and intervention tools that I mentioned, as well as tools to assess uncertainty for validation. And whilst you don't need to be a GIS expert to use it, you can, of course, download data in a GIS form so that you can then take them out and do other things with them. Here's a quick idea of how WaterWorld works. There are 5 steps to using WaterWorld. The first step is you define your area of interest in the system. You either choose a country or a basin from the list here. These are the major basins for India, as you see. Or you choose one of these large squares, or you choose a small local square. We call them tiles. Once you've done that, step 2 is to prepare the data. That's just a click. And all the data are there for you. 140 or more maps are used in an analysis. You then run the hydrological baseline. That again is another click. And that will run a baseline based on the year 2020, land cover, terrain, climate, and so on. Well, the climate is a 30-year mean. And then you have the option to do one of a range of scenarios or policy options to look at their impact: climate change, land use and cover change, land and water management, a wide variety of different types of land and water management there, and then a few other things. And of course, what the model produces is a whole series of results, either as maps that you can examine in Google Maps, Google Earth, or you can download as GIS files, frequency distributions, spreadsheets, statistics, seasonal patterns, and even narratives that are produced that take you through the results of the model. And just by way of example, thinking again at the notion of regenerative agriculture and storage of water, of course, much of what we're hearing about this week concerns groundwater, which is a very important store, but there are other stores in the landscape of water that are helpful in mitigating flooding, and of course in also mitigating the impact of dry season low flows. And some key storages are those in water bodies, which we don't have that many of, as you see in the UK. Canopies store water, which is re-evaporated after each event into the atmosphere, and therefore doesn't end up in the ground-based hydrological cycle during that event. Wetlands, topographic stores, as are floodplains, but of course you don't want to use the floodplain store because you've often built in it or you have agriculture in it. Soil itself is a very important store outside of cities. If soil is in good condition, it can store water. If it's degraded through intensive cultivation, then it stores less. And then total storage. And in the UK setting, the big stores for us are canopies and soil, which are much larger than any of the other stores in our particular climatic landscape setting.
Professor, can I interrupt you, please? Could you please wind up in a couple of minutes?
Absolutely. I'm near my last slide now. I think this is last but one. So in the Indian context, you see here it's slightly different in that your big stores are water bodies, lots of dams in particular, and floodplains, which again, we don't often want to use. Sometimes we do want to use them. You have much less in the canopies and the soils compared to those two. So this is how we put those two things together. By way of conclusion, there are many hydrological analyses and management strategies hampered by the cost of monitoring. Nowadays, there are good open access designs that can provide reliable, low-cost DIY monitoring. Connecting in-field monitoring with spatial models, incorporating Earth observation is a first step towards environmental intelligence. And in most landscapes, soil and canopies store quite a lot of water, reducing flood risk downstream, though careful soil management, particularly through regenerative agriculture, can enhance the volume stored, but needs to be evidence-based, as not all soils behave in the same way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very interesting and very useful presentation. And for the people like us who work with data, Earth data, such tools are extremely powerful. Amrita University, we do have systems for low-cost sensing. And I do hope that the participants here who are more interested in these systems will contact you. Because of time constraints, we are not taking any questions right now, but please do, participants, please do ask your question through the Q&A box and the chat box, which will be available to the speaker also, so that your questions can be answered. Thank you very much once again, sir.
Thank you.
Please accept our token of appreciation as a speaker certificate here. Let me go to our next presentation for today's session. Our next keynote is from Dr. Murali Rangarajan. Sorry for the short disruption. We have Dr. of Center of Excellence in Advanced Materials and Green Technologies, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. Dr. Rangarajan joined Amrita in December 2007 after completing his PhD in chemical engineering from the University of Florida. He obtained his bachelor's degree in chemical and electrochemical engineering in '97 from Central Electrochemical Research Institute, India. Before joining Amrita, he worked as adjunct assistant professor at Santa Fe College, Gainesville, Florida, and as visiting research scholar at Clean Energy Research Center, University of South Florida. A warm welcome to you, sir, and let me hand over the session to you.
Good evening and good afternoon, I suppose, and good morning for people from outside India. This is already 8:15. This is the last talk. I will not take much of your time. I know it is quite late in India, at least. Let me share screen and get started quickly. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Ms. Shivaya?
You're audible, sir.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Are the slides visible?
Yes.
Is the presentation visible?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay, let me get started very quickly. Once again, on behalf of Amrita Vishwavidyapitham, welcome to all the participants to our second IWSS 2022. Now, I'm going to talk about porous concrete, a versatile low-cost material for water treatment. There have been so many fantastic talks preceding mine, and here I have a very specific focus on water treatment, and that too particularly looking at one type of material, that is concrete, porous concrete, a specific type of concrete. So the outline of the talk is going to be quite straightforward. We're going to look at the material itself, why porous concrete for water treatment. Then what are the various designs of porous concrete? And then I'll talk about one of the work that my PhD student, one of my PhD students, Mr. Krishnan, has done recently. And then quickly we'll look at going forward, what can be done. Looking at the material itself, if you look at concrete, there are many constituents, basically. Binder, which is the cement, that is the one that sort of hardens and gives the integrity to the structure. And then, of course, there is aggregate, which is the grain skeleton, that is the skeleton which is bound together by the cement. So there are coarse aggregates and fine aggregates, and there are various additives that are added in small quantities that significantly alter concrete properties. To your right, you can see the difference between what is conventional concrete and what is porous concrete. So here it is the mix, the amount of all of these that are varied in order to engineer this kind of a porosity. We'll see that going forward. Of course, there is water, which is added to sort of bind it all together. So if you look at the material, the cement itself, cement consists of various constituents, right? Tricalcium silicate, dicalcium silicate, tricalcium aluminate, tetracalcium aluminate ferrite, and gypsum. Why are these materials interesting from the standpoint of water treatment? When these materials are hydrated, typically you add water, you sort of make it into a flowable sort of a mixture, and then you pour it, and then you cure it for a week to 4 weeks. And then there are all these hydration reactions, pozzolanic reactions, they're called, that take place, which result in the formation of various types of materials, ettringite, calcium silicate hydrate, and so on and so forth. Now let's examine these particular materials one by one. And before doing so, I want to look at what is the pH of the hydrated cement components in the interstitial solution. Ettringite greater than 11, calcium silicate hydrate 11.9 to 12.3, calcium hydroxide 12.4, ferric aluminum hydroxide 8.5, monosulfate aluminate hydrate 12.8. So what happens here, what is interesting about this material, why porous concrete? That was a question that we started out with. Why is this material interesting as a versatile system for simultaneously being able to treat multiple pollutants, different types of pollutants that are present in water? So the base comes from this highly alkaline pH in the interstitial pore solutions that promotes adsorption and removes many pollutants in water. The highly alkaline nature means there are excess surface charges that are present, that is going to lead to a whole lot of physisorption that is possible to start with, plus the various functional groups that are present in the surface allows for various chemical reactions, physisorption being this physical adsorption, chemisorption of course being various kinds of complexations and binding and ion exchange, and various kinds of processes are possible with this system. That is the starting point. Now, if you look at the aggregates themselves, this was the cement. Now, if you look at the aggregate themselves, the aggregates have silica that includes quartz, various silicates including feldspars, clay, mica, carbonates and sulfates, and iron oxides. Now, if you look at the aggregate materials themselves, extensive studies have been carried out, not from the perspective necessarily that these materials are present in concrete, mind you, but just these materials themselves in their various nanostructure, typically nanostructured forms for water treatment as adsorbents. Now, if you look at silica, silica can be easily functionalized thiol functional groups, amino functional groups, carboxylic acid functional groups, and look at what are all the various pollutants that silica has been able to remove. Heavy metals, various organic compounds, dyes, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. What are some of the features of this kind of system? If you look through various papers, these are all review papers, by the way, that I've cited. So I've just sort of kept the references minimum so that, you know, in them, there are many, many more papers which go into details of various systems that have been studied. I'm just sort of giving a big picture summary. So the features are large surface areas. So there is facilitation of adsorption. Facile reactions, various kinds of reactions are facilitated, chemisorption. Tunable porosities, and you have various hydroxyl bonds at the surface of silica itself, in addition to all of these thiol bonds, amino groups, and carboxylic acid groups. All of this facilitates wetting, adsorption, and various other chemical reactions. Now let's look at the next type of aggregate material, which is clay. Now again, I'm giving examples: thiol functionalized, amino functionalized, zero valent ion functionalized. These are metal atoms, so to speak, you know, or small clusters, nano clusters of metal atoms. Right? So these are zeolites, morlonites, and so on and so forth. Bentonite, and so on and so forth. Look at what are all the various pollutants that this system has been able to remove. Heavy metals, nitrates, selenites, phosphates, phenolics, chlorinated organics, nitroaromatics, fluorides, pharmaceuticals. Once again, you start seeing some similar pictures. Large surface area, there is a facilitation of adsorption and ion exchange. If you go to the next one, which is nanostructured supported ions, so these ion oxides are very fine nanostructured particles. They have to be supported on some support itself. So there could be ion oxide supported on clay, ion oxide supported on silica, all of these supported on concrete itself, which is one small part that I'm going to present in the later part of my study. Once again, you look at it, various cationic heavy metals, anionic heavy metals, arsenic, chromium, chlorinated pesticides, dyes, phenolics. Once again, you see the same kind of features: large surface areas, physisorption. Now you have specific complexations with various, especially you will see I'm going to present use of iron oxide for lead removal in a concrete porous concrete system. You'll see that majority of this, the bonding is chemisorption. And again, tunable pore size. And iron oxide, by the way, is magnetic. It exhibits a fantastic property called superparamagnetic property, which is basically that, you know, a paramagnetic material is a reversible magnet. You bring a magnet, it behaves magnetically. Take it away, it will not behave magnetically. As opposed to a permanent magnet, which is a ferro or a ferry magnet. So the why super paramagnetism? Paramagnets are typically weak magnets. Anything reversible is usually very weak. Anything irreversible is very, very strong, right? So what happens here is this iron oxide nanostructures exhibit reversible magnetism, yet the extent of magnetism is very strong, like a permanent magnet. So this is a nice combination of reversibility and high magnetization. So again, there have been very few studies. This has hardly been explored, how to utilize the magnetic property of iron oxide nanoparticles to facilitate water treatment. That's a direction that's very interesting to explore. And again, iron oxide facilitates lots of surface functionalization. So if you look at various modifications to cement, these were the aggregates. Now, if you look at modifications to cement, these are common materials. Even all of us, even people who may not have been in working in cement related areas, would have heard of fly ash. Fly ash again removes heavy metals, dyes, petrochemicals, insecticides. You look at it again, a series of metal or non-metal oxides, right? And once again, you see the same kind of features: large surface areas, tunable pore structures. Sulfur-based surface functionalization is very easy. Thiol type functionalization is very easy, and these are highly stable. Another modification to cement is ground granulated blast furnace slag called GGBS. This unfortunately doesn't seem to have been explored a whole lot for water treatment. I don't know why, because if you look at the composition, it is very similar to fly ash, except you have some manganese oxides also, and magnesium oxide, and some small quantity of titanium dioxide, which by the way, is a fantastic system for removing various pollutants. Again, similar, same kind of compositions or same kind of features are going to come. The last one I'm going to talk about modifications to cement is silica fume. Again, this has been used for heavy metals and dyes. Here, of course, the name itself suggests the majority of the composition is silicon dioxide, and then very small quantities of various other substances. Again, easy functionalization and support systems. So basically, if you look at what are some of the key observations, going by the past 3, 4, 5 slides that we have run through literally, one is that the base system of cement provides you a highly alkaline pH, which allows for charge-based absorption and various types of complexation. All of this will hold or bind and therefore remove multiple pollutants. The second is there are various compounds that are present and various surface functional groups that are present, and these can be engineered. Depending on what kind of modifications you are looking at and how you play with it, how you engineer these modifications, you can now start customizing, bringing in some sort of specificity, selectivity for certain specific types of pollutants. And then you have the basic requirement of large surface areas. Why large surface areas? Why did I keep mentioning this in every single system? The issue is most of these pollutants are present in very, very small concentrations. Parts per million to parts per billion. Those are the levels that these pollutants are present. And such small per million, for every 1 million water molecules, you have 1 molecule of that pollutant. And that can be deadly. Even at such low concentrations, these pollutants can be quite severe in terms of their effects. The problem, however, is since you have 1 million water molecules and only probably 1 or 2 or 10 pollutant molecules, you need to be able to hold those pollutant molecules. Since this is an adsorption-based removal, it is a surface process, right? The pollutant molecules have to reach the surface in order to bind there. You have to let go 1 million water molecules and catch specifically that 1 or 2 or a few pollutant molecules. And for this, you need to have very large surface areas so that you can have good removal or binding. And therefore, this is a very critical requirement for almost any surface-based water treatment, large surface areas. And that is something that is met consistently throughout various materials that you are looking at, whether it is the cement or the aggregates and the various modifications that you make to either of them. Right? And then you have tunable pore structures and pore size distributions. I'm just presenting these things. These are all, there is a lot of work involved behind how to tune the pore structure and pore size distribution. One, when you make these nanostructured materials, there is a lot of nanomaterial synthesis that is involved. Second, the process of making the porous concrete or pervious concrete itself, how are you going to make it? What sort of designs? In there, you have to engineer pore structures. So there are 2 levels of these porosities and pore size distributions. Both can be engineered, and there is a lot of literature on this, basic literature on this. So they have to be put together for this kind of specific applications, right? And finally, because of all of these charges, highly alkaline pH, water is going to wet this system very, very well, which means basically you're going to, be able to attract that pollutant molecule that is present in water. Therefore, porous concrete as a material, as a system, is a versatile material, as evidenced by this list of whole host of pollutant molecules that have been removed through the various constituents of porous concrete. Second is the porous concrete is easy to engineer, easy to modify, and this can be used for simultaneous removal of multiple pollutants in water. Now, very quickly about the designs. If you look at the various applications of porous concrete, because of the high porosity, water permeability is high, as you can see in the picture. This is a nice picture from Wikipedia. You can see the water going right through as if this were a shower, right? So the various applications are in pavements and parking areas, pedestrian walkways, greenhouses, stormwater drainages. These are the common applications of porous concrete, permeable pavements. But of course, we are looking at utilizing this for water treatment, right? And therefore, we are trying to create some sort of natural and engineered natural water filters. Now, how can porous concrete be used in water treatment? Well, there are pavements that you can see here. This is a porous concrete, and that's your regular, walkway basically. Now, this can be used for the rainwater, and this picture I specifically took because you can see that it's raining there, right? So the rainwater can be, all the pollutants that could be present in the water can be treated, right? And then you can make filters. This is from one of our work, this filter that you can see here. And this is the exploded view of the pore structure, basically, right? You can make crushed pack beds. This is a typical picture of a crushed pack bed. So this is the 20 centimeter high pack bed. And you can make the packing out of anything. You can either make it from the various concrete aggregates, or you can make it from construction debris, reuse of construction debris. So there are essentially sort of three types of designs roughly. One is the pavement, one is the filter, and one is a crushed pack bed. Now let's move on to heavy metals removal. I'm going to focus on one study which has been carried out by one of my PhD students. This work is in collaboration with two professors from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, IIT Madras in Chennai. The work is on, while I'm saying heavy metals removal, the results that are presented are on lead removal alone. The work has been carried out by Mr. C.R. Krishnan. Now, the porous concrete filter has been prepared using ordinary Portland cement with coarse and fine aggregates. Various conditions and the standard procedures are presented here. Here is a sort of the solids and the flow channels. So you can see the various porosity ranges from microns to millimeters, so macro to micropores. And then in one of the studies, which has already been published, we explored reduced graphene oxide as an additive. And in another one that is presently under review, we explored nanostructured iron oxide. And this iron oxide that we saw basically in the various materials, right? What Krishnan did was he coated these iron oxide on coarse and fine aggregates, rather than just add some iron oxide and then we don't know whether it ends up in the solid or ends up in the pore surface. So what he did was that he took part of the coarse and fine aggregates and coated them, and then used that to prepare the porous concrete filter, this kind of filter, and cured for 28 days. Right. So either whether it is the graphene or the various iron oxide coatings that you can see here. Right, and some mechanical properties are listed. So basically what I want to point out is when you add all of this materials, there is the permeability doesn't vary a whole lot. Permeability essentially tells you how many centimeters can that water that you are pouring at the top move through that filter in 1 minute. So this is the sort of measure of the extent of flow. And you can see that the strength of this pervious concrete, the porous concrete itself, doesn't vary a whole lot, though, as you can see, there is only a mostly an increased strength because of the various additives. And his coating of this iron oxide resulted in about 3 atom% of iron that got incorporated into the filter, right? And then he carried out lead adsorption studies. He basically took simulated lead solution at 15 ppm and then passed it through this sort of a porous filter, collected the outlet water and tracked its concentration as a function of time. And so here IOMA indicates iron oxide modified aggregate, only the coarse aggregate modified, only the fine aggregate modified, both of them modified. And this of course is reduced graphene oxide modified. So you can see after 8 hours of passing, there is a fantastic removal heavy metal ions, particularly in this case lead. Now the next question is, now can we then remove the lead back and then regenerate this filter and reuse it? This result is from all the iron oxide modified systems. And as you can see, after 8 hours, the same filters were taken and then leached through by passing nitric acid for 8 hours. This, as you can see, how much of lead got fixated, adsorbed, that we calculated from the previous result. 8 hours, we know how much has been removed. And then we looked at how much got leached. And the percentage leaching is very, very poor. This is something to note. Therefore, this indicates primarily that the binding of lead ions to the concrete system is primarily through chemisorption. Very strong bonds, fairly irreversible, so they are not easy to leach out. Now, if you will have to, this implies that it doesn't mean that you cannot remove the lead ions from the concrete. It just means that you have to crush it into fine powders and then extract it out, basically. So you can't reuse the filter as made, and that's all right. That's perfectly fine. Now then, Krishnan carried out a whole host of batch adsorption studies for iron oxide system to look at the equilibrium adsorption capacity, how much milligrams of lead can be fixated on 1 gram of this concrete, and giving some insight into some mechanisms of adsorption, determine the adsorption kinetics. Basically looked at 5 initial concentrations, and the various adsorption capacities that he measured are roughly about, take for example, the iron oxide modified aggregates with both coarse and fine. He got about 20 milligrams of lead per gram of adsorbent, right? Now, if you look at the filter is about 3 point some kilos. So basically you can then figure out how much of lead can be fixated on onto that one filter, right? Of course, as you saturate the filter, the removal efficiency will start dropping, so you cannot really saturate it fully, but theoretically that is how much lead that you could fixate onto that porous concrete filter, right? So multiplying this by 3000 will give you that number. The kinetics was basically a pseudo second order kinetics of the rate at which this lead was being removed. That's what is measured by kinetics. And this pseudo second order indicates that the process is a chemisorptive process, and which means there is some sort of a complexation or ion exchange or some form of binding is taking place. And that process is the rate limiting or the slowest step. So it is not that, what are all the various possible slowest steps? You got to first get the metal ion, lead ion, to the surface. So you have like 1 million water molecules, and in this case, what, 5 or 10 or 15, something like that, equivalent to that. So you have to convert some units, lead ions. So those lead ions have to reach the surface, and then once they are at the surface, they have to either physisorb or chemisorb, right? Now, one thing to notice from the lead adsorption removal experiments is that the removal was quite steep. It just dropped quite quickly in a matter of 5-10 minutes. That means first there is a lot of removal that is taking place, which we find is primarily by physisorption. But those ions that are physisorbed slowly, gradually undergo complexation and binding and ion exchange. And therefore they become more irreversibly bound, fixated onto that porous concrete. And that process is the slow process. That takes a lot of time. And that is the rate limiting or the slowest step. That's what this kinetics essentially tells us, right? So these are the data, basically the various different types of adsorption isotherm models that were explored, out of which from the Langmuir isotherm, you calculate basically the equilibrium adsorption capacity, right? And these are the various kinetic rate parameters. Broadly, I can tell you that introducing iron oxide speeds up significantly the rate of binding. The process is much faster when it is iron oxide involved. And these are some of the data basically To sort of quickly wrap up, this is the last slide in this section, and then we have going forward just a couple of slides. So if you compare our iron oxide results with what has been done using various, concrete-based systems, you will find that our removals are for lead removals. This is all for lead. Our lead removals are about the very best. That's what we find. All right. And then going forward, what can be done? So basically, the realization is that porous concrete is an excellent versatile system to design and develop for simultaneous removal of multiple pollutants, not just heavy metals, not just lead. So the work that needs to be done is various kinds of material modifications to sort of build in selectivity and specificity, like what Krishnan did with iron oxide to build to improve the selectivity for lead, because the control system removed about 87%, and with iron oxide modified he got 99%, 99+%. So improving the sort of selectivity for lead. Modification can be made on cement, on aggregates, and where and how of the modifications, how we're going to do it. He did the coatings. And also, of course, can you do some modifications to sort of make sure that the modifications that you're doing, introducing new materials, they reach the pore surface only? Can you select specifically make the changes on the pore surface? That's not what Krishnan did, though that is one goal to aspire for. And then different types of designs. Krishnan explored cast filter versus packed bed versus pavements. And construction debris, this is something that we are interested in doing. We are interested in not necessarily taking a built structures construction debris, but in taking this used filter, crushing it, making it into a powder, subjecting it to some sort of leaching, and then recasting it into a filter or using it as a packed bed, and exploring how the removal is. That's something that he's working on right now. So thank you for your time, and thanks for the opportunity. I'll be very happy to answer any questions that may be there.
Thank you, Dr. Murali Rangarajan. That was an excellent presentation. There is one question. What is the amount of water the filter treats before it needs regeneration?
What is the amount of water? I couldn't hear the question clearly.
Yeah, what is the amount of water the filter treats before it needs regeneration?
And that's a very good question. Thanks for asking that. We did not directly try to answer that question, but we have some data that will help you get some insights into it. So the theoretical adsorption capacity for lead is about 20 milligrams per gram, right? So, and you have, a filter, that gram of that filter. So that is, the filter is about 3 kilograms. So you can figure out how much of lead can be fixated. Now we are passing lead, in a flow rate of some 360 ml per minute, or per hour, and then the lead feed itself has some 15 ppm, 15 milligram per liter or whatever. So you can work out indirectly how long can you keep running this filter before it theoretically gets saturated. In practice, of course, it will get saturated a little bit, quite a bit before that hour. And so how much of water can you treat can be worked out from all of this. Can the filter be regenerated? Yes and no. It cannot. Our results suggest that since the reaction is primarily chemisorptive based, so the regeneration is not a very straightforward process. That doesn't mean it cannot be regenerated. That's why I said yes and no. The no, because it's not like you can just pour something into that filter and then it removes all the lead, and then you have the fresh filter ready for reuse. If that were the case, then you probably would not have gotten this kind of removal, 99+% removal. It happened because you could strongly bind the lead at such low concentrations, trap and bind the lead, right? So that's the trade-off. So now what you got to do is your regeneration process is a little bit more complicated. You got to sort of powder it, crush it, and then leach that, and then remake the filter. So that process, is there a standard protocol for how to do that? Not yet, and not to the best of my understanding of the literature. And that's also something that my PhD student is working on. So that's something that we'll hopefully be able to crack. Any other questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I hope request the participants to ask your questions through the chat box and the Q&A box, please. Also, please remember the feedback form which was shared. Thank you very much, sir, once again. Thanks to all the speakers of the session, which were very interesting. All the presentations were very interesting, ranging from modeling to understand the anthropogenic impact on river flow to observations of groundwater and how the groundwater trend is changing over, what is the groundwater trend over India. Two, we had a presentation about low cost reliable observations and how do we make use of free open source free systems for observation and modeling of data. And we are winding up the session with the excellent presentation from Dr. Murali Rangarajan on water treatment, basically. So with this, let me conclude this session. Thank you once again to all the speakers and all the participants. Let me hand over the session to Harijandana for final note of the day.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanya. That was indeed a very informative first day of the International Symposium on Water Sustainability, IWSS 2022. Our heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers and attendees. We request all of you to fill out the feedback form posted in the chat, and we would love to see you all back for day 2 tomorrow at 4 p.m. So hope to see you then. Have a very good night.